Chapter 1516. With Cunal dead, Lu Xiaoyi leapt into the air and headed in the northwest direction he'd already chosen. There were 4 temples in Thailand, and their locations were irregular. The reason why he chose the Linga temple first was not because of the strength of the grand priests here, but because after he succeeded here, he could rush to the nearest temple. Because of the distance between them, even if the other 3 grand priests reacted immediately, he could rely on the distance to buy a few dozen crucial breaths of time. He'd used 6 breaths of time to kill Cunal because of the sneak attack, but the next one might not be so smooth. He'd prepared himself for a few dozen breaths of time. If he failed, he'd continue on his journey, and whatever happened after would have nothing to do with him. This was the method he'd chosen to help. To a swordsman, the worst thing was that the opponent chose the time, the place, and the method. In this case, it was hard to say how much of a difference he could make. If a battle was unavoidable, then you should at least have the right to choose the time and place. This was the principle of swordsman battles, something his elders had earnestly taught him from the first day he'd entered the sect. Deep down, he doubted whether the Hung River sect's current forces in the Chaos Weave could wipe out the resistance forces. In a battle between cultivators, it was easy to defeat them, but the difficult part was massacring them. In the boundless void, if cultivators used all sorts of methods to escape, just the countless directions alone would be a headache. This was a very practical problem. Without an absolute advantage, it was basically impossible to do this. Could the 4 primordial spirit Hung River sect cultivators in the Chaos Weave do it? If they attacked, it would be easy to crush the resistance forces, but it would be impossible to encircle everyone. Otherwise, they wouldn't have waited for 20 years. Then, what were they waiting for? How many primordial spirit high priests would come? How many would be suitable? Or a large army? Was this necessary? If none of these were true, then the best way for the people of Henghe was to send a top grand priest, a young spirit expert, to travel with the raft. This way, they wouldn't attract too much attention and could also reduce the number of targets. They would just treat it as an occasional trip by a powerful expert, and while they were at it, they could sweep away the obstacles in the chaotic territories. This was the most likely change. If such a person really came, regardless of whether the resistance forces attacked in the void or intercepted the ship, the result would be the same. There was no fun. This included Lu Xiaoyi. This was a result he couldn't accept. So, he could wait for 20 years, but he couldn't wait for the last few months. The only advantage he had now was that he could choose the time to act. Act early, in the blue Thailand boundary. Intercept the ship. Take off your pants and farts, then kill. This was his way of helping. It was up to him to decide, to control, and to be responsible for his own gains and losses. It was a free and easy way to completely get rid of the uncertainty of whether or not there were spies in the resistance organization. The battle should be simpler. This sneak attack gave him a preliminary understanding of the source of Hung River sect's divine power, which would be very beneficial for future battles. In the northwest, after a few dozen breaths of time, a strong wave of spiritual vigor came toward him. Lu Xiaoyi didn't hesitate. His sword flew out, and at the same time, his body flew upward. A sneak attack could be done within the boundary, but a face-to-face battle couldn't. He needed to go out into the void of the universe to not worry about destroying the fragile mountains and rivers of the boundary. He hadn't seen the person yet, but he knew he had found the right person just by the feeling of the sword. This was also expected. The 4 high priests of Hung River sect were alone in a foreign land, so how could they not communicate with each other? This was a matter of life and death, and he believed that the other 2 were also on their way. The key was whether he could finish the battle in these precious few breaths of time. The person below him followed him closely. Without any hesitation, the 2 of them rushed out of the atmosphere one after another and plunged straight into deep space. During this process, Lu Xiaoyi tested his opponent's speed. It was not bad, but it was still not enough to compare to him. He didn't run far. After 100 breaths of time, the sword river rolled back and came back to kill. He didn't expect to get too far away from this person from Hung River sect. He wasn't stupid. If this person ran away and he chased after him, it would be a joke. He had to give the other party the feeling that reinforcements were coming. This way, there would be a tit-for-tat battle. That time when he ran away halfway through, he was so disgusted that he was sick to death. In the void, Lu Xiaoyi went all out. He didn't think of himself as someone who was one level lower than him and needed to be careful. He thought that he had the advantage, whether it was in terms of physical strength or mental strength. This was a typical swordsman's 3 axes, but the key wasn't that he was blindly arrogant, but that when he waved the axes, he really had that kind of crushing aura. Before entering the sword Dao Stele, he didn't have this kind of ability and mental strength. But now, he was no longer the person he used to be. A person who once fought with the crow ancestor to the death, what else could he care about? He simply allowed his arrogance to inflate. Either he blew himself up to the limit, or he would destroy his opponent before reaching the limit. In the sword Dao Stele, he was usually the former, but now, he couldn't be sure. The sword river hung upside down in the void. Millions of sword lights were controlled to the extreme in the changing, scattered or gathered. The Dao state became simple and only one, which was to kill, because in the fight with the grand ritual of Hung River sect, he found that these people were unmoved by force or persuasion. They were completely unaffected by other Dao states like the 5 elements, higher void, impermanence, merit, and fate. They only ate killing. It was also an orthodoxy that deserved a beating. In the fierce battle, the person from Hung River sect revealed his statue with 4 heads and 4 arms. Because he could form a 3-dimensional vision similar to a 4-dimensional space, the mystery of the 5 elements, the reality of higher void, the changes of impermanence, the gathering of merit, and the mystery of fate would all become clear in this 4-dimensional vision. They were useless and could be easily broken. Only the brutality of killing, the unreasonableness, and the pure impulsiveness of nature were the best way to deal with this person from Hung River sect. Lu Xiaoyi knew that this was the main god with the least sense of existence among the 3 main gods of Hung River sect, Fen Tian. His 4 arms each held a water jar with the river water, a scepter, prayer beads, and a bow. Each of them had their own uses. On the whole, this was the ability of a main god that leaned towards the Daoist body lineage orthodoxy. The attack was launched by the bow and arrow, just like Lu Xiaoyi's flying sword. Although it could also shoot out arrows in rapid succession, it paled in comparison to his flying sword. The water jar with the river water was responsible for self-healing. The injuries caused by the flying sword would be healed under the nourishment of the river water. It was very miraculous. The scepter, on the other hand, was full of dignity and majesty. It had a kind of power boost, but it wasn't very useful to Lu Xiaoyi. Because he wasn't from Hung River sect, his surname wasn't ranked. This kind of thing was actually a weapon used by the cultivators of Hung River sect. It was similar to comparing the history of one's surname in a fight. It was boring stuff like when and what kind of person was born in one's family. Chapter 1517. The Real defense was the string of prayer bead. The prayer beads were used to record time, but when used in battle, they could help him dodge most of the attacks, making use of the time difference. This ability was very impressive. Against single attacks, he was almost unharmed. However, Lu Xiaoyi didn't only have one flying sword, but millions of them. Under the echelon attacks, there would always be flying swords that didn't have enough time to land on his body. Therefore, against such a divine body, the best way to deal with it was to divide the sword light and combine it with the Tao of Massacre. However, this also brought about a problem. Because this person had the prayer beads, he could control time in a very small range. Therefore, every time Lu Xiaoyi gathered his flying swords, he would never be able to hit him. How many flying swords would it take to break this person's greatest time difference ability? This would determine how many swords Lu Xiaoyi could gather and slash down. This required a process of exploration. He didn't have much time. This was a simple arithmetic problem. First of all, a portion of his 1 million sword beams had to be diverted to meet the incoming arrows. These arrows, which followed him like shadows and possessed great destructive power, were the full force attack of a nascent divinity cultivator. He did not want to take the hit himself. Then, He had to gather the remaining sword lights into a few consecutive slashes to break through this person's time difference defense. If he split too much, he would definitely be able to hit him. However, if the power of each slash was too little, it would be easily healed by the water jar. If he split too little, it would indeed cause more serious damage, requiring him to draw water multiple times to heal himself. However, it was also possible that he wouldn't be able to hit him because of the magical time difference defense. Lu Xiaoyi only needed to find the most scientific way to gather and distribute the flying swords, and he would be able to decide whether he could kill this person or not. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 breaths had passed. Lu Xiaoyi finally found this point. It was 9 slashes. In other words, when he gathered 9 sword lights in a single breath, one of them would definitely be able to hit this person's body and cause damage. This was also the greatest damage he could cause. Next, it would depend on this person's self-healing ability. If he didn't have the support of the other 2 high priests, he would definitely win if the battle dragged on. However, now that the support was on the way, this method of accumulating small injuries was very torturous. How many breaths were left? Was there enough time? Regardless of whether he could make it in time, he had to kill him first. Right now, the highest level of sword light division he could achieve was 1,200,000. Excluding the 300,000 sword light division that had to be used to deal with arrows at any time and place, the remaining 900,000 sword light division could be combined into 1 sword light division for every 100,000 sword light division. Thus, if he could consecutively slash out 9 times in one breath, there would definitely be 1 sword light division that could break through the opponent's time gap. It could only be averaged out because this person's time difference defense could accurately determine which of his converged sword lights was the weakest. That way, he would suffer the least damage. In a battle between major cultivators, schemes and tricks were becoming less and less useful. Most of the time, they relied on their own strength to fight head-on. The people of Hung River tribe were well aware of Lu Xiaoyi's tactics, but he was also confident that even though he would be injured, he could hold on until his 2 companions arrive. This was a battle of tactics and willpower. Lu Xiaoyi won because of his sharp judgment and ability to find the most suitable method in the shortest amount of time. He only used 5 breaths to understand that the Dao realm of slaughter was the most effective. Another 5 breaths to understand that the sword light division was the most effective. Finally, he used 10 breaths to find the solution. The cultivators of Hung River tribe were strong in their willpower. Even though he knew that he would suffer great damage, the orthodoxy of Hung River tribe was never afraid of being hurt. In a sense, they all had the tendency to torture themselves. They saw pain as the only way to reach the other side. He had to keep this swordsman. How could he keep him? He couldn't keep him with a bow and arrow. He was well aware of the huge difference between his attack power and the swordsman's. If he wanted to keep him, he could only use his own life as bait. Seeing that he was about to succeed, he couldn't just run away, right? The cultivators of Hung River tribe had a special method of communication. He was well aware that his 2 companions were just 20 breaths away. He just had to hold on for 20 breaths. The 9 sword light division slashed down continuously. As he expected, one of them left a deep wound on the 4-headed, 4-armed golden body of the cultivator. This person obviously didn't have Kunal's ability, so the damage couldn't be shared by the saintesses. However, he immediately splashed a handful of river water on him and half of the wound was healed. Lu Xiaoyi's next attack came right after. Another 9 sword light division slashed down continuously. Such a continuous and powerful attack made the orthodoxy of Hung River tribe speechless. He couldn't imagine that a Daoistian master could have such terrifying explosive power. He couldn't imagine that a Daoistian master could easily crush a primordial soul grand priest like him to the ground. However, that was the reality. Within 10 breaths, the swordsman's attack didn't show any signs of weakening. He could only heal half of his body after 10 attacks. The orthodoxy of Hung River tribe felt that his control over his body was starting to become slightly uncomfortable. He knew that his original idea was a little simplistic. When the damage exceeded a certain level, his ability to use his strength would inevitably be affected. The power of the arrows he shot would be weakened, and the opponent would have more time to attack. His control over the time difference would also be messed up. This meant that for every 9 attacks, it wouldn't be just one that would land on his body. There could be 2 or even 3 attacks. Between luring the opponent to stay and losing his life, he chose the latter without hesitation. If he died, what was the point of luring the enemy? One of his arms squeezed hard, and the useless scepter was crushed into powder. However, the benefit it brought to him was that all of his injuries were healed. 30 breaths had already passed. From afar, he could already feel 2 powerful waves of spiritual vigor coming from the direction of the Indigo realm. He had revealed his cards. If the swordsman was aware of this, he would immediately run. After that, he would begin a long pursuit. However, the swordsman was more resilient than he had imagined. He was clearly overdrawing his own strength. The sword light division increased once again, increasing to a terrifying 1,500,000 sword light division. It was still 9 sword light division slashing down continuously. However, the power of each sword light division increased by 20%. How much longer can you last like this? The orthodoxy of Hung River tribe went all out. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to last the last 10 breaths. The damage had left deep scars on his body. This 20% increase in power made it even more difficult for him to recover. However, no matter how difficult it was, he would not give up on his perseverance. 5 breaths left. The damage on his body had once again reached the limit of his ability. The blood of the eternal river flowed through his veins. He decided to take a gamble. At most, his soul would return to the eternal river. His perseverance had finally paid off. The swordsman retreated. Obviously, the swordsman knew that he couldn't deal with the combined forces of 3 grand ritual masters of the Eternal River tribe. Therefore, he leapt forward, and the river of sword light division converged into a single sword and slashed down at the orthodoxy of Hung River tribe. This sword contained 1,500,000 sword light division. Of course, he couldn't withstand such power. However, it didn't matter. With the time difference of the rosary beads, what was the use of the flying swords if they couldn't hit him? At this moment, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. The time difference seemed to have become stagnant. There was a kind of emotion, it was called memory. To the passage of time, to the passing of time, only the shadow of the sword had accurately struck him. His time difference slowed down as he recalled, as if there was a force pulling him. All right, back to the eternal river. Chapter 1518. After Lu Xiaoyi succeeded in his attack, he turned around and left. Behind him, 2 enraged Henghe people came out of the huge celestial phenomenon. They chased after him. Their attacks were so close to reaching him. He needed to take a breather. Even someone as strong as him felt a little exhausted from the explosion just now. He needed to recover. A top primordial spirit from a top realm was not a joke. After cultivating for more than 1,000 years, he had killed a few young gods. However, he had never faced any of them head-on. This was also in line with his strength. He might not be able to fight against such a young god. The 3 of them chased and fled, going around in circles, fighting and stopping. When Lu Xiaoyi was completely free, it was difficult for any cultivator to force him to stay. The 2 Henghe people also found it difficult. Chasing after an ordinary weakling and chasing after a top swordsman were 2 different concepts. Their opponent had killed 2 of their companions in a short span of 100 breaths. Their companions were not any weaker than them. One ambushed them, while the other killed them. They knew very well what this meant. When facing such an opponent, they had to maintain the greatest vigilance. They could not push their speed to the limit. They had to reserve energy to deal with possible changes. They did not dare to use their moves too often. They could not get too close. They could not use all their strength. All of this was because their opponent had the ability to kill one of them alone. Once a person had doubts in their heart, it would be difficult for them to use their full strength. They had to reserve one last move to ensure their survival. With such a mentality, it would be impossible for them to catch up to their opponent. However, they still did not give up. There was another reason. They still had reinforcements, the cultivators of Thailand Upper Law. As an ally, Henghi people helped Thailand Upper Law to secure their position in the Chaos Dominion. In return, Thailand Upper Law should help Henghi people when they were in trouble. This was a fair trade. However, there was no such thing as fairness in the cultivation world. In the Thailand Upper Law's territory, the true monarchs of Thailand Upper Law were gathering. They were a little weak. As the largest power in the Chaos Dominion, they had almost 30 true monarchs. Of course, most of them were yin gods. However, after losing 2 of them for no reason 20 years ago, they had become more cautious. From the information gathered from various sources, this was the work of a strong opponent of Henghi realm in the universe. If one was not a ferocious dragon, they would not cross the river. Considering the big picture, they had to endure this humiliation and suffer this loss. Small and medium forces were most afraid of playing a balance between 2 powerful groups. If they didn't play well, they would play themselves to death. This logic wasn't difficult to understand. Everyone in Chaos Weave was watching them. After hundreds of years, they had long become the target of public criticism. If they were not careful, they would easily fail. This was not a joke. Therefore, when a guest from Hung River sent a request or an order, there was a lot to pay attention to when carrying it out. One method was to fly out regardless of the consequences to show their loyalty. Another method was to be careful after gathering together. Another method was to be sloppy, and another method was to pretend to obey but secretly oppose. The crux of the problem was that the wings of cloud, which protected the Chaos Dominion, had gradually become the consensus of most of the cultivators in the Chaos Dominion, including those in the Thailand Dominion. However, after hundreds of years of suppression, these people no longer spoke out. But that didn't mean they didn't want to. It was hard to tell what a person's heart was like. In the end, under the tacit understanding of all sides, it still formed a situation of dragging things out. No one was in a hurry. Master Heng, his magic power was heaven-defying, and his divine power was astonishing. Maybe he could solve it himself. It wasn't good to rush over to fight for the credit now, right? A figure rushed down from the sky. Master Galava has died. The perfected cultivators who were leading the group looked at each other with solemn expressions. One of them murmured, one of them muttered, first it was Kunal, then it was Galava. The time gap was only a few hundred breath. Is it the same person? The cultivator who reported was very sure. It's the same person. First, he attacked Master Kunal in Linga Temple and succeeded. Then, he attacked Master Galava in the northwest direction. The 2 rushed out of the chi layer and fought 100 breaths later. Master Galava died 40 breaths later. Now, the 2 masters, Samite and Singh, are chasing after him, but they don't seem to have run far. The murderer is deliberately circling around. I'm afraid that if this continues, it will be very interesting. The situation was very clear. The murderer came alone. It was very likely that he was the same person who caused the tragedy of the cargo ship and killed Supremes Thailand 20 years ago. One of the Supremes said softly, "The best way is for us to go around and surround him. This will take time. I hope the 2 masters can hold him back. But this way, we will have a huge grudge with the orthodoxy behind this person." The sword vein is famous for taking revenge for the smallest grievance. Thailand won't have peaceful days in the future. There's another way. Go now. With the fastest speed and the greatest momentum. He didn't finish his words, but every Supremes here actually understood what he meant. What was the greatest speed? This was done for the people of Henghi River. Look at how timely they came. It was simply too urgent. Putting the feelings of an ally before everything else. What was the greatest momentum? It was done for the murderer, the swordsman. With so many people surrounding him, if he didn't want to die and didn't retreat, then he couldn't blame anyone. The purpose was to scare this person away and not cause any karma. They came aggressively, but in the end, they didn't offend either side. This was the wisdom of a small world. This kind of balance wasn't easy to walk, but no matter how difficult it was, they had to walk it. The sect master, Supremes Feng Yuan, looked around. In fact, he also understood the true intentions of these people. Even if he also understood that with Thailand's current actions, as an ally of the Henghe River domain, the name of an accomplice couldn't be washed away. But people always had a wishful thinking. Sitting on the fence was an instinctive choice for most people. How many people dared to risk everything and go against the Henghe River domain? In the history of cultivation, there were many tragic stories of the sword vein taking revenge. No one was willing to face this, unless you ran to the Henghe River domain to hide. The problem was that they really didn't want to go to that kind of place. Thus, he made a decision. In that case, let's set off immediately. The Henghe River domain is my friend world. Without their support for hundreds of years, my Thailand wouldn't have the prosperity it has now. This is a time of crisis. We have to fight bravely. I heard that the chaos this time might be caused by those rebel groups behind the scenes. There are many of them. We have to destroy them with a grand array. This sentence was said in a dignified and grand manner. People couldn't help but admire the sect master's ability to talk nonsense. As for the encirclement of this murderer, the people of Henghe River domain had always kept it a secret. No one knew why. Maybe it was because Thailand's strength was low. Or maybe it was because they were afraid that some of them were secretly communicating with the outside world. This kind of situation was just right. They could pretend not to know. Everyone gathered their forces and went to deal with the rebel groups that had been causing trouble in the universe. Even if the people of Henghe River domain were dissatisfied, they couldn't say anything. Killing two birds with one stone, everyone was happy. Chapter 15:19. From afar, the pursuers could sense the massive and chaotic fluctuations of spiritual vigor coming from Thailand. Lu Xiaoyi smiled at the two people behind him. What a big scene. I'm afraid I can't accept your hospitality alone. Why don't we take a few steps deeper? His speed suddenly increased, causing the two people behind him to be at a loss. Sarmite felt that if he didn't use his full strength, he wouldn't even be able to smell a fart. Thus, he looked at Singh beside him. Singh's eyes were wide open in anger. He had the strength but couldn't use it. We can't keep up like this. We can't keep going in circles with him in the universe all year round. Let's not talk about the losses. The cargo raft is coming soon. Those rebel organizations can't ignore it. I still say the same thing. This person should be a bait, not a trap. The two of them made their decision. Thus, they stopped and stood together with true Lord Feng Yuan and the rest of Thailand. Sarmite was a little angry. Why didn't you spread out a big net and control him from afar? Why did you have to make such a big scene? It's like a parade. True Lord Feng Yuan felt wronged. I don't know either. Who is this person? No one told us. We thought it was those traitors. Singh waved his hand. Don't mind it. The most important thing is that we can't follow his rhythm. That's too passive. In my opinion, this person's actions might be helping those rebels. Since there's concern, there's a gap we can take advantage of. We only need to catch the rebels' traces and annihilate them. There's no need to be afraid that he won't appear again. It had to be said that Singh's judgment was very sharp. He grasped the main point. Sarmite frowned. What if he doesn't come? Singh snorted. Doesn't come? Then annihilating the rebels is still a good result. He'll be left alone. Let's see how big of a wave he can create. Lu Xiaoyi went deeper into space. In fact, he still didn't use his maximum speed. However, what disappointed him was that the people of Henghe wisely gave up the chase and retreated. This made his plan fail. To be precise, the first half was very successful. However, the second half was a failure. He didn't achieve his goal of fighting guerrilla warfare with these people in deep space. How could a perfected cultivator be a fool? Let someone lead him by the nose. The more challenging it was, the more his temperament was aroused. At least in the first round of confrontation, he did not lose and even gained a big advantage. Henghe's forces in Blue Tjie had been reduced by half, which was barely acceptable. His sneak attack on Cunal had allowed him to understand the secrets of Henghe River System Jiao Mo's faction when it came to the transmission of life potential. He had a deep impression of that body that was still being mended even after hundreds of sword strikes. In the short span of 6 breaths, he had come up with a solution. He believed that if he encountered another Han River cultivator of this orthodoxy, it wouldn't be as difficult to kill him as it was now. He hadn't had a chance to experience Kunal's attack power. Sitting on the bed the entire time had left him powerless to struggle, which was a bit of a pity. Galava walked the path of another main god, Fen Tian. It was very balanced and didn't have any special shortcomings. He could only rely on his strength to deal with such a person. However, his sense bead's time difference defense made his eyes light up. To be honest, this kind of defense method was ingenious and unique. At least, he had never seen it before in the 5 rings and Juzian, including Heaven's Chosen. Time and space were the 2 pearls of the innate Tao. Only those who could pluck at least one of them could be considered a true expert. In this aspect, Lu Xiaoyi didn't have many achievements. All the 6 Tao realms that he was proficient in had nothing to do with this. What he could come into contact with in the next few hundred years was also limited to the innate 5 manifestations and primal chaos. It was very difficult for him to have the time and opportunity to come into contact with these 2 pearls. This kind of disadvantage was starting to show. Space defense, by continuously producing 1 or more extra-dimensional spaces to eliminate the opponent's attack methods. This was a method that was easy to learn but difficult to master. He also knew a little about it, but he couldn't perfectly defend against powerful and large-scale attacks. Similarly, when the opponent used this method to deal with his flying sword, other than the most basic use of the flying sword's power to explode the space, there didn't seem to be any special methods. Now, he encountered the time defense. It was even more mysterious and indescribable. Moreover, he didn't have to worry about the strength of the opponent's attack at all. No matter how powerful the attack was, it would be meaningless after dodging the time defense. Lu Xiaoyi's most proficient sword light gathering and dispersing became useless under such a defense. If one day, there was a cultivator who could use time and space defense at the same time, then no matter how exquisite his flying sword was, no matter how many there were, no matter how powerful it was, what use would it be if it couldn't hit the opponent? It wasn't that he didn't gain anything. One of the gains was the application of the Tao realms. To the people of Hung He, it was useless if you gave them too complicated a divine form. Their divine form was basically a few heads and a few arms. For example, Fen Tian's 4 heads and 4 arms, Lice Granny's 5 faces, 3 eyes and 4 arms, Jomo's elephant trunk. The only normal one, Pai Yenu, also had 4 arms and was good at transformation. These abilities that were similar to the abilities of the beasts all used the same method to deal with the complicated Tao realms, the method of instinct. The method of using divine power to possess the body was very simple, but you have to admit that it was very useful. The best way to deal with instinct was to use the same instinct. There were some among the 36 carnate great Taos, such as slaughter, destruction, lightning, strength, etc. In short, don't think too much, just do it to death. The people of Hung He liked this. The second gain was the Tao of emotions that he injected into the flying sword during his travels in the chaotic border. It was still very superficial, so after countless attempts, he finally let the flying sword grasp the moment of memory and emotion. The slash was a little shocking, but this kind of direction was encouraging. At least, it was a temporary way to deal with the enemy's time Tao. Perhaps, it was also useful against the space Tao. Emotions and memories were not separated by time and space. This sounded very literary, but it existed for a reason. Before he completely grasped time and space, he still had a very effective way to deal with it. He needed to put more effort into it. The 4 people of Hung He represented the 4 most popular divine temples in the Hung He boundary. It was very fair for each of them to send one out. But he didn't think that Lu Xiaoyi would benefit from it. He figured out the real situation of the Hung He orthodoxy in the chaotic border boundary. Floating in the void, he was thinking about what to do next. Stopping here was not in line with his character, but if he continued, the risk would multiply. Again, it was not a problem to do it, but the key was how to do it. Where to do it. When to do it. Like a ghost, Lu Xiaoyi glided through the void quietly. This was a hunt. He could be the hunter, but he could also be the prey. It was very exciting. Much more exciting than leading the sword soldier army to conquer the world. Because the opponent was very much to his liking. Chapter 1520. Daoist Feng Yuan was very concerned when the Hung River cultivators and the Blue Tailan cultivators returned to the Blue Tailan realm. It's better for you to stay in my Blue Tailan mountain sec. The more people there are, the faster the reaction. After all, everyone will be heading to the void to welcome the cargo ship in a month's time, so we won't have to gather again. This was a normal response. For a realm like the Blue Tailan realm, which was full of holes, it was impossible to maintain complete surveillance and vigilance. This required a large amount of resources to be built, all the time, all the time, all the time. The Blue Tailan realm didn't have such resources, and the people of Hung River didn't want to be spendthrifts, so they just let it be. Because there were no outstanding individuals in the chaotic weaves, nothing major happened in the past few hundred years. The 4 Hung River cultivators each set up their own temples and lived their own lives. They couldn't just set up all 4 temples in one place for safety's sake, otherwise they would become a joke. But now, with such outstanding individuals, it wasn't appropriate for them to be so carefree and careless. In the mind of a normal Daoist cultivator, this was completely unreasonable. But the people of Hung River had a different mindset from the normal world. They were very concerned about their reputation, so much so that they would even take unimaginable risks for the sake of their reputation. But this choice was normal for the people of Hung River, because it showed their pride, their self-esteem, and their fearlessness. Samite shook his head. We, the people of Hung River, have never been cautious because of fear. I'll stay in my temple and not go anywhere. Singh said, the gods will protect the brave. This is the tradition of Hung River, but the overall defense of the Blue Tailan realm needs to be improved. It's like a sieve that allows people to enter and leave. The cultivators of the Blue Tailan sect understood. This was to pretend to be brave and elegant, so it was the same as before. But the task of guarding was given to them. Guarding the sect and guarding the realm were 2 different concepts. Should they all go out and work hard in the universe, just for the so-called face of these 2 people? The so-called self-esteem? Floating outside the universe was nothing. In another month, it was just a meditation for a great cultivator. But the problem was this method. You want face, but we don't. Feeling the resentment of the cultivators below, Feng Yuan tried to smooth things over. Hehe, the 2 masters are truly brave and fearless. Their heroism reaches the cloud. That's it then, we'll increase the security of the Blue Indigo world. Also, we may leave a few people with Grandmaster to ask about the matter of encircling and suppressing the rebels in a month's time. It's best if we both know what to do. Feng Yuan was the sect master, so of course, he could not act on impulse. Although the people of Hung River tribe acted somewhat inexplicably, as a helper of the Tailan upper realm, they had been guarding this place for hundreds of years. It was also a fact that they had contributed greatly. He could not just watch them die here because of some laughable face. If that was the case, who would help suppress the restless dozens of domains below? So even though he didn't think much of it, he still had to help. At the very least, he had to hold on until the Hung River's cargo raft arrived, and there were more Hung River cultivators as reinforcements. Then, he would think of a way to deal with that troublesome and powerful swordsman. To be honest, he did not feel that the people of Hung River tribe's insistence was too bold. In terms of tactics, the possibility of that swordsman returning was not high. To fight against the cultivators of an entire domain alone, this was not arrogance, this was courting death. Moreover, there should be some kind of coordination between the 2 Hung River cultivators, right? So it was decided, and everyone went about their own business. The Blue Indigo upper realm deployed some people outside to be on alert, but this was probably just for show. Although the Blue Indigo world was not big, it would be a fool's dream to completely control it with people. The key was that not far from the 2 temples, there were 5 perfected lords standing guard. They could arrive at the scene immediately. No matter how powerful that villain was, how could he take the life of a primordial soul cultivator in a few breaths? Although there were some complaints, it was only for a month, so it did not matter. More than 10 days passed, and everything was calm. No one came to attack, and there was no movement in the sky. This was expected, but no one relaxed because of this. Another 10 days passed, and there was still no movement. At this time, the people in the blue indigo upper realm were mobilizing and preparing to receive the cargo raft. 1,000 feet underground, a figure was moving slowly. To Lu Xiaoyi, it was not difficult to enter the blue indigo world. Not only were there civs everywhere, but the people on guard were also extremely irresponsible. The perfected lords had some sense of responsibility, but the Yuanying were full of complaints. Was the Yuanying protecting the perfected lords? Or was it a primordial soul perfected lord? Was there such a logic in the cultivation world? He was very clear about the location of the remaining 2 temples. This was investigated in advance before the last attack. He was also betting that these 2 Hung River great priests had the most prominent characteristic of the people of Hung River tribe, which was to puff oneself up at one's own cost. This was in line with the behavior of the upper realm before the lower realm. Although 2 of them were killed, they kept chasing after the murderer, and we did not care about his threats. We swaggered and did not change at all. That was a crafty villain who liked to sneak up on people. First, he sneaked up on Cunal, then he caught Galeva off guard. In fact, his real ability was only SOSO. Otherwise, why would he not dare to appear? As the guardian of Hung River, he thought of himself as a protector. If he was weak, it would cause a lot of people who did not know the truth to gossip. Therefore, there was a deeper reason for him to puff himself up. If he added some instinctive personality characteristics, it was not difficult to guess that the 2 of them were still guarding the temple. Of course, it was also possible that they were not, so there was a chance. If it was really as he thought, then the 2 of them would definitely be able to support each other, and support each other instantly. The Hung River realm was very rich in this aspect, and there would be many similar methods. How to get close and then sneak up on them again was the problem. It was impossible to hide one's breath and get close. When a perfected lord deliberately used his divine sense to investigate the surroundings for safety reasons, any disguise or breath hiding would be useless. Moreover, it was impossible for the blue indigo upper realm to completely let go and ignore it. It was one thing to sit on the fence, and another to follow the fundamental principles. If his guess was wrong, it was nothing more than wasting almost a month underground. He would just treat it as practicing his 5 elements ability, and he would not lose anything. The distance of a perfected lord's divine sense was greatly related to the medium. Divine sense could penetrate the furthest in the void, followed by the atmosphere, and then underwater. The most difficult place to investigate was underground. Divine sense would consume a lot of energy in soil and rocks, and the distance was very limited. But even so, it did not mean that one could sneak in and assassinate everyone from underground. Cultivators still had many ways to give early warning of the approach of underground creatures, such as conscious vibration, biological force fields, and mysterious senses. Of course, this distance would be very short, but the problem was that the attacker's attack distance would also be very short, so short that it might not be as long as the opponent's perception range. Chapter 1521. Lu Xiaoyi dared to do this because he was very familiar with the orthodoxy of one of the 2 Henghe natives. It was the orthodoxy of the first Henghe natives he killed, Bohuazuo. They were both from the unified orthodoxy of slave Pi. Of course, he didn't know that this person's name was Samite. In the books left behind by Bohuazuo, there were many things about his orthodoxy. In particular, it mentioned that slave Pi's orthodoxy was very good at incarnations. Their battle habits were to use different incarnations to deal with different specific battle situations. The 10 incarnations were the fish, tortoise, boar, lion-faced man, dwarf, axe-wielding Rama, Erebus, Gani, and Kalki. This was not rare. Whether it was Buddhism or Taoism, such a situation existed. They obtained different supernatural powers through different forms of Dharma idols. Lu Xiaoyi had also experienced it during the short pursuit in outer space. He was chased by axe-wielding Rama, but he didn't experience it all. Among these 10 incarnations, the one with the strongest defense wasn't the tortoise or the boar, but the dwarf. For the sake of his life, Samite had no reason not to use his strongest defensive form. Moreover, if the dwarf sat down cross-legged, the believers wouldn't be able to see his abnormality. It was much more dignified than turning into a tortoise or a boar. The dwarf's life force was very strong. It was a concentrated essence. However, he had a weakness that outsiders didn't know about: slow perception. However, he could leave the problem of perception to the 5 true monarchs Tylan around the temple. When Lu Xiaoyi approached the temple, he had already discovered the 5 true monarchs Tylan with his powerful mental strength. This let him know that the Henghe natives were definitely putting on an act in the temple. Thus, there was a need for him to move stealthily. This time, he spent close to 20 days moving stealthily underground. In order to not attract the attention of others, when he reached the vicinity of the temple, he no longer needed to find the exact location. This was because the unique characteristics of the Henghe natives could already be clearly transmitted. In his hand, he held a peacock feather that radiated brilliance. Because he was underground, it formed a layer of 9-colored light barrier that tightly surrounded him. After being reminded by the Azure Peacock clan, he more or less understood the difference between the light emitted by the peacock feather. He was able to emit 9 rays of light, but this was not due to Han Yang's contribution. It was because of the 50 years he spent in the peacock feather space with that big bird. In other words, that peacock feather belonged to a real phoenix. This was a surprise that came 1,000 years late, and it made him feel flattered. Therefore, he studied it carefully during the journey and gained a preliminary understanding of the effects of the peacock feather. As the peacock young gods had said, this peacock feather had the ability to confuse and conceal one's fate. It was nothing new for the phoenix bloodline, whose natal Tao was destiny. However, in practical application, Lu Xiao had discovered that its function was far more than that. The effect of the peacock feather could also be extended to almost all mysterious fields, isolating people's perception and concealing one's own aura. He was very cautious. He knew that approaching underground was not a rare trick. It was a trick that had been used so many times in the Taoist world, so how could the Henghe realm not know about it? Therefore, he added a layer of insurance to himself, shielding as much mysterious perception as possible. For a mysterious orthodoxy like the Henghe realm, it was very necessary. The closer he got, the slower he became. His body was no longer arching forward, but was moving forward in the transformation of the 5 elements. The Henghe realm's unique orthodoxy made them very slow in understanding many innate Taos. This was the result of overflowing divine power. He held the feather in one hand and slowly pulled out the 7-ant sword with the other. Samite sat upright on the lotus platform and did not discover anything unusual. The main form of the pie slave also had 4 arms. This seemed to be a common characteristic of the several main gods of the Henghe realm. They held the Lun treasure, the lotus flower, the law conch, and the divine staff. The Lun treasure could cut through space, the lotus flower could nourish his vitality, the law conch could blow the horn, and the divine staff was used to compete with others in terms of status. After transforming into a dwarf, he was very satisfied with his current state. The Lun treasure allowed him to know the speed of any spatial fluctuations within a radius of 1,000 miles. When the flying swords attacked, he would know immediately. The law conch allowed him to listen to everything, anything suspicious that was approaching quickly. The lotus platform was not just for decoration. Not only could it provide him with extra vitality, the roots of the lotus were planted underground. He could sense the earth through the surrounding plants and receive subtle feedback. It could be said that the heavens above and the earth below were all under his surveillance. And this was not all he had. He had established an instantaneous teleportation between him and Sing. There were also 5 true monarchs Tylan around him. If all of this could not help him block the swordsman's attack, then there was really nothing to say. But now, it seemed that their preparations were a little unnecessary. There was still one more day before they set off to the void to meet the cargo raft. There were also true monarchs Tylan who suggested that they should leave now. Why did they have to be so stubborn? They did not understand that this was a very important psychological cue. It was also a part of cultivation. It was to persevere until the end to prove the courage of the people of Heng River. Even if this kind of perseverance was laughable at his level, it was still a part of godhood. It was not that the people of Heng River cared about appearances and ostentation. You were borrowing the power of a god, so of course you could not act like a hoodlum on the streets. Gods were originally high and mighty existences. Even if they failed, they had to hold their heads high. Without this understanding, you could not even summon the divine body. This was the brilliance of the orthodoxy of Heng River. It also carried with it a certain temperament. It was noble and inviolable. It would not hide in the great formation of the Blue Thailand mountain gate before the battle was over. Therefore, he had to stay here, and could only stay here. Have you ever heard of a god who ran away without a fight? This encirclement plan was a little rash. He did not know where he went wrong. The plan was originally going well, and they only started when the Sun God Master arrived. In the end, this person acted first. He must have had a premonition. Otherwise, he would not have taken the risk of coming to the Blue Thailand mountain to assassinate him. He was one of the few cultivators with the surname Gao who knew the inside story of the swordsman. It could not be said that the two sides were unrelated. The curtains had been drawn on the competition between them since 100 years ago. This was something that could not be avoided. He just did not know how it had been exposed so quickly. Was it a coincidence? Or did the other party already know everything? He pondered here and there, but did not expect that there was danger approaching under the lotus platform. Originally, this kind of danger could not be predicted in advance. As long as one could see it, the 9 splendors of the peacock feathers could not be hidden. But it just had to be under the ground, sitting cross-legged on the lotus platform. This kind of body shape would open a door to the greatest extent. Coincidentally, a trace of coldness entered his body, like a chrysanthemum attracting the stinger of a wasp. When he realized that something was wrong and felt pain, he was surprised to find that there was an extra sword tip in his mouth. At the same time, his whole body seemed to be torn apart. Chapter 1522. When Singh and the 5 true monarchs Thailand arrived in the next moment, there was only a trace left in the sky. No one chased after him. The swordsman did not stop. He tore off the last piece of cloth that covered the Henghi people. He killed them in front of the border and left. He did not fly too far away, he just lingered in the air. The Thailand Yuaniing who were on guard outside the atmosphere felt a chill in their hearts. This was a unique phenomenon in the cultivation world. When an individual's ability reached an unfathomable level, they could affect the entire border without reason. You could not do anything to them. On the last day, the last Henghi person finally moved back to the Thailand sect. He borrowed the protection of the sect's formation to seek a sense of security. He actually wanted to persevere, but none of the Thailand supremes were willing to play this game with him. Their attitude was very clear. Either you return to the sect and deal with him together, or you show off your arrogance alone outside. Who dared to say that the swordsman would not return? Lu Xiaoyi won another round in the battle of strength. But he also knew that this was the end of it. He did not have any psychological burden when he attacked the Henghi people. Not to mention the loss of the 5th ring cultivators. How many of the 2,000 cultivators he brought back died in the void? The sword soldier army had 300 people, but only 200 of them survived. It was not wrong to put most of the blame on the Henghi border. He was only collecting some interest now. As for the principal, there was still time to pay. In terms of time, the cargo raft from Heng River was still a few months away. The Blue Thailand people's original plan was to ride the floating raft carrying the cloud sky wings and meet the Heng River people in the void of the universe. This was also their usual method for hundreds of years because it was the easiest and fastest way to complete the meeting in the void. Just as the people of Chaotic Border were not willing to go to the Heng River boundary, the people of Heng River were not willing to stay in Chaotic Border for long. This was the difference between the two sides brought by different cultural backgrounds. If they felt uncomfortable, who would want to stay? But this time, the Blue Tyrants were trembling with fear. Although there was only one opponent, It made everyone feel as if there was a thorn in their back. They didn't know when the sword hanging above their heads would fall. Up until now, the swordsman had not touched a single hair on the Thailand friar's head. But who could say for sure that this would happen in the future? Even though swordsman didn't say anything and didn't communicate with Shang Qiangfa, the world of cultivators had its own way of speaking. The meaning behind his actions was clear. It was better for outsiders to stay away from the conflict between the two forces. If he really wanted to throw himself into this battle, he would have to be prepared to bear the consequences of future retaliation. It was hard to say how much effort the Thailand cultivators would be willing to put in under such circumstances. They could be ruthless against the local resistance forces of the chaotic border, but it was a completely different matter when it came to this foreign swordsman. He felt uneasy, but he still had to do what he had to do. The trade with the Henghe realm had to continue. The threat of the swordsman was right in front of him, but offending the Henghe realm was even more dangerous. Left with no choice, they could only use the human wave tactic and hope that the swordsman would back off. A mid-sized floating raft carrying the wings of Cloud and nearly 20 true monarchs Thailand, including Singh, was already the limit of what they could bring out. They couldn't possibly empty their nest, right? Just as they exited the atmosphere, they saw the swordsman approaching them and greeting them. "Hey, what are you carrying? Do you need bodyguards?" This was really too embarrassing. A murderer was walking with you right beside you, and he even dared to ask you what was in your bag. How could he bully people like that? But he didn't do anything to them. This was the truth, and they had to admit it. The true monarchs didn't know how to respond, so they only looked at the only Henghe realm cultivator, Singh, from the corner of their eyes. Singh was also depressed. If he charged forward, he might not be a match for him. It was hard to say how much effort these so-called allies of his would be willing to put in. In a battle between cultivators, there was a huge difference between a real battle and a fake one. If he went out rashly, the swordsman would definitely kill him. Without anyone to rely on, how could he fight? Since there was no answer, the group pretended to be dumb and hurried on. This made the robber speechless. Meeting in the universe is fate. The heavenly Tao is mysterious, and it leads us by a thread. I have a habit. I like to count and check goods. Is it okay if I go in and take a look? Since you're not saying anything, that means you agree, right? Feng Yuan couldn't help it. As the sect master, the people of Henghe realm were acting like cowards. If he didn't stand up for them, what would he look like? Fellow Daoist, please, the universe is fighting. Fellow Daoist, please don't make things difficult for us small realms. It's not easy for everyone to cultivate. Why don't you leave us a chance to meet again? Lu Xiaoyi narrowed his eyes. All right, we'll meet again. I like hearing that. But fate is mutual. If I give you my fate, what will you give me in return? Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. He also knew that it wouldn't work if he didn't show some sincerity. Compromise was everywhere. Ever since the people of Henghe realm came here, he understood this principle. A cultivator's character was destined. Thailand realm could submit to Henghe realm hundreds of years ago. They could also submit to other tyrannical forces now. If you lose your integrity once, it doesn't matter anymore. What do you want? Don't go overboard. Henghe realm's influence on the chaos border is close at hand. Your orthodoxy is far away from the emperor. Distant water can't quench the present thirst. Fellow Daoist, don't push the chaos border to Henghe realm. You have to give us a chance to ride. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. I want half of it. This request isn't too much, right? With my ability, if I use force, it's not too difficult to destroy this floating raft. It's also hard to avoid causing harm to people. This is also what you don't want to see the most, right? Feng Yuan's mind raced. The cloud sky wings was the focus of these two forces. One wanted to capture it, and the other wanted to release it. To Thailand realm, if no one wanted it, why would Henghe realm help them? However, releasing these spirits of nature was what everyone wanted. It was really difficult to choose. Feng Yuan hardened his heart. I have a condition. If I give you half of the cloud sky wings, Then you can't interfere in the future matters of the handover. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. Of course. Even thieves have their own rules. I've intercepted you once, so I won't do it a second time. This is the rule. When I succeed, I'll leave immediately. I won't appear before the handover. Feng Yuan let out a sigh of relief. This was what he valued the most. When it came to the general trend of the universe, he saw it more clearly than anyone else in Chaos Border. He couldn't be said to be grateful for Henghe Realm's help. This was a matter of each taking what they needed. Tylan Realm obtained a strong motivation, and Henghe Realm obtained the Cloud Sky Wings. It was a transaction. Then, at the beginning of the transaction, they were inseparable. However, if the general trend of the universe changed, then it was hard to say. Chapter 1523. Henghe orthodoxy was different from Taoism after all. In peaceful times, it was fine, but in times of chaos, they had to maintain their position. The roots of Tylan Shangfa were Taoism, and the entire Chaos Dominion was Taoism's inheritance. Because of this, after colluding with Henghe orthodoxy for so many years, he could not afford to offend Taoism. Just like the traitors in Lu Xiaoyi's previous life, they were a group of people who were most willing to work for their country in order to receive some form of forgiveness in the future. Now, Tylan Shangfa was the same. After borrowing the power of Henghe orthodoxy and stabilizing their footing, they began to prepare to clear their names, but they had to be very careful. After Lu Xiaoyi's repeated attempts to provoke him to no avail, he decided to use force instead. The Sword River rolled and began to attack the Tylan floating raft team. He did not fake the fight, because he had to show his superior fighting strength to make it a fake fight. If he did not show enough strength, it would turn into a real fight. One person against more than 20 Supremes, and with the floating raft as an obvious target, he could not do it for now. It was a mess. Some were panicking because the Sword River was ferocious. There were also feints, and the Tylan Shangfa cultivators advanced dauntlessly. Seeing that the Tylan Shangfa cultivators were doing their best, Singh could not just stand by and do nothing. Of course, he had to join in. Then, he realized that after joining the battle, he was under a lot of pressure, as if he was the only one facing the enemy. The swordsman was very cunning. Once he was surrounded by the Tylan Shangfa cultivators, he would immediately escape, and would not continue to fight. This made the Tylan Shangfa cultivators more and more angry. They clearly had the upper hand, but they could not win because they did not dare to chase and leave the floating raft too far. Gradually, some of the blue Tylan cultivators lost their patience and began to give chase. After a few rounds, they formed a sizable group. The moment the sword cultivator saw that he couldn't hold on any longer, he began to run away. More than 10 blue Tylan true monarchs chased after him. Singh was very worried and reminded Feng Yuan, "This swordsman is very cunning. It's better not to pursue him. Everyone should only guard this floating bridge. After a month or so, when the boats from Heng River come to pick us up, everything will change." Feng Yuan was also very helpless, shaking his head. "Grandmaster, you may not know this, but these days, everyone's temper has been very high. We were teased in every possible way in the domain, and now that we are in the void, we are still being teased. Who can endure such an embarrassing situation?" The crowd was stirred up and filled with righteous indignation. I could only guide them and not force them. I had to let them go out and vent their anger. "Grandmaster, don't worry. Since they couldn't catch the culprit, they decided to vent their frustrations and come back." Singh also had nothing to say. Cultivators were not mortal soldiers. They completely obeyed the orders of their superiors. They had their own Tao heart and their own dignity. This was the foundation of cultivation, something that no one could suppress. The Heng River sect cultivators had performed badly in the bounded domain. They were not unyielding and were beaten up like pigs. They could no longer speak tough words like before. This was the situation, and they had no choice but to consider it. They knew that it was inappropriate, but considering everyone's feelings, it seemed to be understandable. After a moment, a blue true monarch flew back in a panic and shouted, "Senior brother, we're in a bad situation. That swordsman is angry. Senior brother and junior brother are already injured. I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on. Feng Yuan was shocked. He didn't mind other things, but these blue true monarchs were the pillars of the sect. How could they bear the loss? If they lost manpower, what would they use to suppress the other 12 domains in the future? He made a prompt decision without hesitation. Grandmaster, please wait here for a moment. I'll go and get them back. We can't afford to lose any more people. Without waiting for Sing's response, he brought the remaining 7 or 8 true monarchs and left. Sing, who was behind, was also helpless. He wanted to follow, but he couldn't leave no one on the floating raft, right? He didn't realize that after this series of changes, he had developed some kind of fear towards that swordsman. He was no longer willing to face him. He attacked 3 times in a row, and all 3 times he was killed cleanly. Inexplicably, it made him start to doubt his own orthodoxy. Could it be that the Hung River orthodoxy was born with no advantage in the fight against the sword orthodoxy? It was good to stay here. At least, he could ensure that the most important wings of cloud would not be lost. After a few more moments, he felt that the spiritual fluctuations of the fighting spirit that he could sense before were getting further and further away. It was so far away that he could no longer feel it. He was nervous and knew that the situation was not good. Actually, the best way to deal with it now was to change the direction of the floating raft. However, he was hesitant. What if the blue true monarchs couldn't find him? What if he encountered other galactic pirates? All kinds of chaos made him hesitate. He didn't know what to do. While he was hesitating, a spiritual opportunity suddenly approached from afar. Based on this speed alone, it was definitely not something that a true monarch from the blue true monarchs could possess. Who else could it be? He cursed the blue true monarchs in his heart, but he didn't think that his 3 companions from the Hung River orthodoxy weren't much better either. He was a decisive person. He didn't hesitate anymore and didn't care who was coming. He leaped and disappeared, leaving only one sentence for the person controlling the raft. I'll go block the enemy. You just have to change the direction of the raft. The true monarch controlling the raft was stunned by this action. You're going to block the enemy? You're going in the opposite direction, okay? You can make it sound so dignified when you're running for your life. This is truly the style of the upper realm. The next moment, Lu Xiaoyi appeared by the side of the raft. The blue true monarch controlling the raft smiled. You're late, fellow Taoist. That bastard's movements are very fast. He chose to run at the first moment. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. His plan to kill all 4 people from Hung River orthodoxy had failed, so he could only settle for the next best thing. The process was very smooth. There was a spy, after all. The blue true monarchs had already prepared half of the cloud sky wings for him. They even prepared the method of flying for him. Lu Xiaoyi dragged the 2 huge incense cauldrons and left slowly. During this time, he even brushed shoulders with Feng Yuan and the others who were slowly returning. Both sides tacitly didn't interfere with each other, as if they didn't see each other. He didn't fly far. He landed on a nearby meteorite and set up the incense cauldron. Then, he began to extinguish the incense according to the method. Spirits like the cloud sky wings couldn't resist this kind of special fragrance the most. They would slowly be attracted and then gradually lose themselves in the fragrance. Therefore, collecting them was actually impossible to control their bodies. Any spatial power was ineffective against them. However, as long as the fragrance was there, they would always stay around the fragrance. As long as the fragrance was not extinguished, they wouldn't be able to do anything. As long as the people of Hung River orthodoxy brought back these huge incense cauldrons, it was equivalent to bringing back a large number of cloud sky wings. Then, they would use the Hung River orthodoxy to refine them. What Lu Xiaoyi wanted to do now was to extinguish the fragrance and restore their spiritual intelligence, which was to restore their freedom. Chapter 1524. Extinguishing the incense required a special technique. Otherwise, it would cause damage to the cloud sky wings. In the end, the cloud sky wings would not become a pair of wings and disappear into the void. The Blue Thailand people would not play any tricks. After all, the cloud sky wings were a symbol of the chaotic territory. No one would deliberately destroy them. Lu Xiaoyi followed the instructions given by the Greater Blue Purification Magic. The most precious fragrant aroma from the Henghe realm began to slowly fade away. Lu Xiaoyi used various techniques, such as water-type magical techniques and spatial isolation, to slow down the dissipation of the aroma. It was at this point that Lu Xiaoyi finally caught sight of the most precious treasure in the uproar weave, the wings of the cloud. They were transparent and did not have a regular form. They were a completely foreign form of energy. Most of the time, they only appeared as a pair of wings without a body. They flickered, they were very fast, but when they circled in the air, they were like a group of butterflies in a valley. However, when tens of thousands of wings flickered together, it was also a very beautiful scene. They could not be caught because they could step into different dimensions at any time. They were the darlings of the great Tao of space. They were as common as humans eating and drinking. Lu Xiaoyi did not know if his sparrow palace could accommodate them. He did not want to try. His attitude towards these spirits of nature had always been to give them eternal freedom. The cloud sky wings seemed to be able to sense the goodwill of humans. They did not leave. Instead, they surrounded him like a group of butterflies in a field of flowers. They fluttered up and down and danced until more and more cloud sky wings joined in. More and more of them gathered around him. Finally, when the number of cloud sky wings reached a certain level, they worked together and did something that Lu Xiaoyi found inconceivable. The millions of cloud sky wings that had gathered over the past 20 years worked together. They used the power of space to create a spatial door in the space where Lu Xiaoyi was. Following that, countless spatial gates brought him back and forth between different dimensions. This was their instinct. It was also the only thing they could do to repay the human who had saved them. They brought him to understand the secrets of space. Lu Xiaoyi was smiling happily, but he didn't move at all. Any movement he made would bring extra burden to the elves. Just quietly experience it. 2 hours later, Lu Xiaoyi's space journey came to an end. The millions of cloud sky wings suddenly exploded and disappeared into the boundless universe. When they completely woke up from their daze, humans could no longer see them. Lu Xiaoyi slowly thought about it. He suddenly understood why the people of Henghe River kept looking for the wings of cloud. It was not to refine some treasure. No one could control a spirit like the wings of cloud that could freely travel between different dimensions. The secret of the people of Henghe River was actually very simple. When these elves woke up from their daze, they would reveal the secrets of space to the humans who gave them freedom, just like what he did to Lu Xiaoyi. In fact, these little fairies were also released after being taken to Heng River. The most important thing was to comprehend the spatial Tao realm. He was not refining treasures as he claimed to be. Because of this, the people of Heng River would rather take great pains to bring them back to Heng River realm and then release them. They didn't want to kill them here in Chaotic Border. They were afraid that the people of Chaotic Border would find out about this secret. But he never thought that this secret would be unconsciously discovered by Lu Xiaoyi. There were too many coincidences that could not be replicated, including the ratio of spices and some other things. This was a pleasant surprise. As for the agreement with Daoist Feng Yuan, he would definitely abide by it. In fact, the reason why he carried out such a killing operation in the Blue Tea world was to tell Bai Hua and Jiang Sheng that his help had been fulfilled. No matter what, he had already lost 3 of the 4 primordial spirit cultivators of Heng River in Chaotic Border. What else could he do? Even if this was a conspiracy against the resistance, because of his interference, the strength of the people of Heng River was greatly reduced. How far could they go? From the beginning of the attack a month ago until now, such a long time had passed. With the funnel-like defense of the Blue Tea world, the news would have spread. Especially to the space pirates and resistance forces who relied on information, it was impossible for them not to know what had happened in the Blue Tea world. If they still stubbornly insisted on taking the risk to attack, then there was no point in helping them. Because even if they didn't die in this operation, they would die in the next one. Only people like Jiang Sheng could live for a long time. Everything was over. At least, he felt that it was over. The world of cultivation was endless. No one could arrange everything. He didn't even know how to arrange a suitable home and a suitable cultivation environment for himself, let alone others. He embarked on the journey again. He was in a good mood. He checked his harvest. It was very rich. He killed 6 people of Hung River and 5 supremes. He earned a lot. He comprehended the power of emotion in his swordsmanship. This was a qualitative leap. The cold flying sword always seemed to be missing something. Only when it was infused with emotion could it be considered a swordsmanship with a soul. This kind of swordsmanship often had unexpected restraints on some mysterious abilities of the enemy. For example, the time ability of great god Fen Tian's sense bead. The Tao of space was a pleasant surprise. The wings of cloud showed him a completely unfamiliar way of jumping through space. It was probably the most basic and natural way. In the world of cultivation, the study of space had never stopped. Various orthodoxies started from different angles. In the end, they all reached the same goal: Taoism, Buddhism, the main world, the anti-space. It might even include the orthodoxies of Hung River. Among them, there were 3 types of Tao of space that were closest to nature. One was the Tao of space of carnate spiritual treasures. However, their methods were not learned. It was too directly related to their own special origins. One was the Tao of space of the immemorial sacred beast, the dragon race. The last was the extremely rare Tao of space in the universe. For example, the wings of cloud he encountered here. To be able to catch the eye of the Henghe realm and put in so much effort for hundreds of years, there were even 4 primordial divinity cultivators who traveled thousands of miles to guard it. Although they never said anything, the hidden meaning behind it was thought-provoking. What were they trying to do by collectively studying the Tao of space of nature? Were they trying to sneak into distant places to do bad things? These were all his gains. In the process, he didn't stay idle. In the 2 years on the floating raft, he watched many erotic dances in the Hung River. Scientific, systematic, in-depth, comprehensive, and pervasive research on the internal mechanism of the Hung River realm's Karma Mahesvara Buddha. He also ascended the so-called paradise countless times. It was just that the time was very short. Without these experiences, he couldn't even kill the first Kunal. He didn't know enough. He'd find another chance in the future. Chapter 1525. Lu Xiaoyi ran away happily because he felt that he had already gotten what he wanted. When he set off from Juzian, his only worry was that the journey would be too lonely, too dry, and too boring. Now, it seemed that it was the opposite. He was very happy, very fulfilling. He gained from his cultivation and also from his encounters with women. King Zombie, Beast Territory, Hung River, Chaotic Border. Among them, he gained a lot from the Hung River boundary. Sometimes, he would think that if he went back 100 or 200 years, when he was still leading his own army of swordsmen, would he have gone straight to the Hung River gate? Fortunately, he found out too late. Otherwise, he would have been completely swallowed by the terrible Hung River. Through the information he obtained from various sources regarding the Hung River realm, this was a giant that had been hibernating. The number of cultivators here far exceeded his expectations. He was very curious. How did the unbearable mother stream nurture this orthodoxy? He was full of expectations for his future journey. This kind of carefree cultivation method was very suitable for him. Just like when he attacked the cultivators of the Hung River boundary in the Blue Thailand boundary, he truly displayed the swordsman's indulgence to the extreme. The results were also very good. As for how Jiang Sheng and Bai Hua would use it, that was not his problem. He was an assassin who could escape thousands of miles away with a single strike, not a babysitter. He had to be clear about the difference between the two. He flew leisurely like this. After a few months, he still had not left the chaotic border. However, it was a good time to try out the path of space that he got from the wings of cloud. To be honest, to completely grasp the path of space would require a lifetime of research. However, if it was only in a certain direction, there was a possibility of further research. He was not unfamiliar with the path of space. He had a rough foundation and also had the Yuanying's discussion with the old Taoist Kong Jiyu in the negative space. Although he did not go deep into this aspect, he did not stop accumulating the foundation of the path of space. This time, the wings of cloud showed him the space gate. This was a very unique branch of the path of space of nature. In Lu Xiaoyi's previous understanding, he thought that this thing was a teleportation or escape item. However, after experiencing it, he realized that the use of the space gate was far more than that. The mysteries of space were indescribable. Lu Xiaoyi could only try in this aspect first, and then try to reason it out. This was also a long process, and he had to be careful with every step, because once he made a mistake and fell into the space barrier, he wouldn't be able to return. In the past few months, he had only tried the first space gate, which was also the simplest and most ordinary two-dimensional gate. The reason why it was called two-dimensional gate was because his current main world was called first-dimensional gate. Back then, the wings of cloud had shown him 35-dimensional gates, and he had passed through them 35 times. It wasn't that the wings of cloud didn't have the ability, but that they were limited by Lu Xiaoyi's realm. As a true monarch, 36 dimensions were his limit. If he wanted to pass through more, he would need to increase his realm to become a half-immortal. Then, he would be able to open more dimensional gates. As for how many gates he could open, how many half-immortals could open, and how many immortals could see, only the heavens knew. When cultivators used the ability of space, those below the half-immortal realm were talking about the 36 dimensions. If a cultivator used the ability of space to escape, you would need to consider which dimension he went to before you could chase after him. If someone could go to more than 10-dimensional spaces, but you could only go to a few, then needless to say, you could only look at the space and sigh. But if you could go to more dimensional spaces than your opponent, then no matter where he ran to, he wouldn't be able to escape your pursuit. This was why, in a battle, when cultivators used the ability of space to escape, some people would chase after them, and some people wouldn't. The depth of one's ability in the great Tao of space and the number of dimensional spaces one could go to were the specific embodiment of this ability. In theory, Lu Xiaoyi could remove the other 35-dimensional spaces outside the main world, but this was with the help of the wings of cloud and sky. It wasn't his true ability. He could only go to the two-dimensional spaces now, and the others were all risks. If he was careless, he would be stuck and unable to move. A space barrier like this was not something a supreme could break free from, not even a young spirit could. It required a higher realm. This kind of ability wasn't something that could be obtained by repeatedly using it. It required accumulation, all kinds of accumulation, physical, mental, knowledge, spiritual power, realm, Tao realm, and so on. In the cultivation world, it wasn't easy to grasp any of the innate great Taos. Opportunity, diligence, resources, and luck were all indispensable. It was also very difficult for him to use the space gate frequently in practice, because the space gate required energy, and it required a lot of effort from you. The last time the wings of cloud carried him, he could also feel the effects of the changes. He was very clear that if he used it himself, he would lose 10% of his spiritual power every time he used the space gate. This was an iron law, and it had nothing to do with whether you were a yin spirit or a yang spirit. One could imagine what would be left if you passed through 35 times and arrived at the 36th gate of origin. You would only be left with a skeleton. This was also because although the different dimensions were very popular, those who really understood it wouldn't easily pass through too far. Generally, they would stay within the 5th dimension and still be able to maintain a decent fighting strength. In a critical situation, they would try their best not to go beyond the 10th dimension. When that time came, they would only have the ability of a supreme, but their spiritual power would not be able to use any spells. He could only slowly endure it. Fortunately, he had plenty of time. He flew and tried, and occasionally picked up spiritual opportunities. His days were very carefree. After more than a year, he had already arrived at the edge of the chaos weave. Next was a real barren void. Not only were there no people, there were also no demonic beasts. Even the void beasts were unwilling to come here, because in this vast space, there was a huge star in the eruption stage. This was a danger to any living creature, a forbidden zone for life. Lu Xiaoyi planned to go around it and feel its power from afar. Although he liked to drill through the sky, he didn't like to be a human. The powerful star's power made humans seem insignificant. He was very curious. Was the crow ancestors' golden origin comprehended in this kind of complicated sky? The star emitted a majestic heat, rays, particle disturbances, magnetic explosions, and so on. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. He thought too highly of himself, and the sky was too weak. In the universe, under this kind of star's eruption, no human cultivator would pass through for 10 years. He had overestimated himself. Now, he had no choice but to change his plan. He needed to go in a bigger arc and spend more time. Even his divine sense had become disordered. It was not a good idea to go through this place. Going through the negative space was the best choice. However, Lu Xiaoyi still stubbornly chose to go through the main world. He felt that if there came a day when he had no other way to go, what would happen? Why not go through the difficult situation when it was still manageable? This was his cultivation and fighting philosophy. It had helped him countless times, and it had also made him exceptionally strong. But this time, after walking in the dark for so long, he finally met a ghost. Not far from him, two figures were quietly waiting for him. Because they were in the direction of the star's eruption, he couldn't judge in advance. When he saw them, he knew that he couldn't escape. Chapter 1526. Two people, one familiar, the other a stranger. A yin god, a yang god. Lu Xiaoyi did not run. At this distance, he would never be able to outrun a yang god. Sensing the danger, he decided to act recklessly as usual. Oh, isn't this Miss Baihua? Have you thought it through? Baihua wanted to cry, but no tears came out. She could not understand why someone would turn their mind to the lower three paths at the last moment. She had been captured. As a newly ascended yin god, she was just a little white rabbit in front of the great yang god ritual that was the most famous in the Henghe realm and had lived for 4,000 years. She had no ability to resist. The only thing she was angry about was why this person did not leave. He had clearly said that he had left 10 years ago. Why was he still here? If he had really left 10 years ago, not to mention a young god, even a demigod would not be able to find him. She did not speak. She could not speak, nor did she want to speak. She did not know what to say. Because she did not have the right. She had tarnished her own name. From now on, her back would no longer be straight. The young deity of Henghe beside him spoke calmly. Everything was under his control. I am Sabrahan, the person in charge of the Henghe cargo raft this time. Unfortunately, the number of wings of cloud I received was less than I expected, so I have the responsibility to investigate this matter further. So, Shenyuan, do you have anything to say? Lu Xiaoyi turned his head. What can I say? All I can say is that I am not capable enough, so I left half for you. Do I need to say anything? When Zerg and the winged man appeared outside the fifth ring, there was no need to say anything. You are a young god, and you are pretending to be innocent in front of me. Pretending to be a victim? Sabrahan wasn't angry at all, because in his long life, he had met too many people who had become reckless because their lives were coming to an end. He could understand, and he would give them a chance to vent. He was such a magnanimous person. But he was also an honest person. Before the battle, he did not mind telling this swordsman some things he did not like to hear. Your friends in the resistance organization have been destroyed. I am on the raft, and no one can escape. Do you know why? Because we have spies. There is a way to bring all of you together. There's more than one spy, but you might only be familiar with one, so I brought her here. Are you disappointed? Lu Xiaoyi was not surprised at all, much less sad. I have no friends in the chaos weave. You might not know much about our orthodoxy because you guys are always hiding behind us. Let me tell you, the sword vein judges people in two ways, dead or alive. The death of those people only proved that they had no value in living. You want me to be unhappy? Please, don't be so childish, okay? Just like your junior martial brothers, they have 4 primordial divinity realm cultivators. They must be reputable people in Heng River, right? Fortunately, you came in time. Otherwise, I would have killed them all and fed them to the dogs. Did that lion Sing cry to you for help? How wronged was his companion's death? Not at all. Not at all. Dying under my, Xuanyuan's, sword is the blessing of the people of Henghe. What? Shouldn't we leave a few people behind? Listen to my advice, don't keep trash around. Since I have my eyes on you guys, don't think that you will have a good day in the future. Sabrahan's expression was still calm. Whether he won or lost, what good would it do? Lu Xiaoyi looked at Bai Hua with a gentle gaze. As for her, she is a fool. She doesn't know that some species can't be trusted. In the end, she fell into a trap and was controlled by a secret technique. What am I disappointed about? I'm not disappointed at all. Because when she was controlled, she was no longer herself. Those people's deaths have nothing to do with her. I only know that when she is normal, she is called Bai Hua. A straight Bai Hua. A Bai Hua that even the filthy eternal river cannot change. Bai Hua did not make a sound, but she could not control the tears at the corners of her eyes. Drops of tears flowed down her cheeks. She had been in Heng River for 100 years. Her spirit had long been controlled by the people of Heng River. As long as they were willing, they could command her to do anything. She was still too young and too naive. She did not know that in Heng River boundary, it was not only the eternal river that was filthy, but also the people of Heng River. But it did not matter. The whole world would misunderstand her and look down on her, but there was still one swordsman who truly understood her. What she did not know was that this was the usual dirty trick of swordsmen. They could say shit at any time, but they could not say it now. A warm word now was more effective than countless sweet words at this time. So no matter if it was true or false, a few warm words would be enough to brush it off. This way, they would not show their weakness in front of the people of Heng River, and they might even be able to get away with it later. It was killing two birds with one stone. Sabrahan was thinking about how to attack him, but he could not fall for this. This was also part of the battle. From the moment the two sides met, they were already competing on a psychological level. The young god of Heng River did not argue. To him, as long as he buried the thorn in his heart, he could always make his opponent lose his balance, no matter how indifferent he looked. This was part of the battle. Even if it was a yang god against a yin god, he would not be careless. Because the guy in front of him had an extraordinary talent in battle. He could easily kill a primordial spirit, and he had more than one experience killing a yang god. Such a person was worthy of his full effort. He did not succeed in encircling and hunting down the resistance. Because of Jiang Sheng's insistence and the fact that Lu Xiaoyi had opened up a new battlefield, the resistance finally realized something and adopted a small sneak attack strategy. This made the people of Heng River's plan fail. After knowing what happened in the Blue Tea boundary, Sabrahan decisively decided not to focus on the resistance, but on the five-ring swordsman. This was the real fatal enemy. Sing needed to deal with the handover scene, so he only brought this woman with him. During the 100 years in Heng River, they had secretly controlled her mind. It was very covert and could not be sensed normally. When it was really difficult, they could succeed in one fell swoop. What they did not expect was that the swordsman's typical personality was not stingy at all. I heard that you killed a young god. More than one. So you're full of confidence. But I want to remind you that young gods are different from young gods. Hiding in a crowd is also different from facing it alone. The ordinary boundary is even more different from the top orthodoxes. Are you ready? Lu Xiaoyi was very humble. Of course it's different. You forgot to mention that those who grew up drinking the Heng River are even more different from others. As for me, I'm just lucky. Why do I always succeed in killing young gods? It's probably because the heavenly axiom wants to give up on the young gods that go against me, right? This is power. You know what power is. So my strength is not important. What's important is that you have lost power in the heavenly axiom. Did you do something shady? I'm also very good at reading people's past and future. You must have checked my experience and should know that this skill was learned from Tianzi's sword Dao Steely. Who set up the sword Dao Steely? You know that too, right? So, you have to be careful. Heng River's young god was attacking his confidence, and so was he. It was just that what he said was the truth. while he was using the tiger's skin as a flag. Firstly, he borrowed the power of the heavens, and secondly, he relied on his ancestors. It was very useful. Crow ancestors' method of reading people's past and future, how could you hide it? Chapter 1527. Sabrahan felt that there was no need to waste his breath. This swordsman had a sharp tongue and was extremely shameless. He grabbed Baihua with one hand and chanted Buddhist sutras at the same time. Borrowing the light of the celestial phenomenon behind him, a grand sun bloomed where Lu Xiaoyi was standing, as if another celestial phenomenon was forming. As expected of the experienced Henghe young god, he immediately established the advantage with just one move. Pulling Baihua to his side was to prevent him from shooting at the rat for fear of breaking the vases. Even though there was still a gap of 2 levels between them, Sabrahan still used everything. He did not have any demeanor that a young god cultivator should have, as if this was a very ordinary method. In the Taoist world, even in Buddhism, there would never be such an action of using an opponent's friend as a shield. The tricks of the mortal world were not suitable for the cultivation world. This kind of action was an insult to the identity of a cultivator, but he did it. What could you do about it? How could you ask a Taoist without any sense of propriety and shame to follow the rules? In a battle of life and death, did rules need to be followed? The swordsman's flying sword covered the sky and was everywhere, but no matter how precise his control was, it was impossible to deliberately use a human body as a shield. To Sabrahan, he did not care whether the swordsman cared or not. He was just a tool. It would be best if his death could cause the swordsman to lose his mental balance. If the swordsman did not care, he did not care either. Another was the use of the celestial phenomenon in the distance. It must be admitted that Sabrahan's combat experience was extremely rich. The location he chose completely displayed the characteristics of his skills. Lu Xiaoyi could feel that this was the young god who intercepted the void beast tied outside Henghe Jie. These 2 simple tricks put Lu Xiaoyi in a difficult position. He instantly fell into a difficult situation and could not extricate himself. This was the first time in thousands of years that he had fallen into a passive situation before he even used his sword. He immediately realized the danger he was in. If he was slightly careless, he would be doomed eternally. All his skills were on the flying sword. If he could not use his sword freely, what was left of him? Could he use his sword? He actually did not care much about Baihua, a woman he had only known for a short time. He was not someone who could not use his sword for a woman. He had no psychological barriers to killing her, but could he kill them? This matter was related to his bottom line. In his life, he had killed countless people, regardless of whether they were right or wrong. However, there was one thing: if he wanted to kill, he would kill, but he didn't want to kill this woman. He was passive, he was helpless, and he was being coerced. Was he someone who was willing to be coerced? This meant that he could not use his sword, because as soon as he used his sword, his opponent would definitely block the path of his sword. So, should he attack or not? There was no way to fight. Moreover, he had a deeper consideration. Even if he could use his sword after killing Baihua, could he kill Henghe young god again and find out his past and future? Even someone as confident as him knew that it was impossible. With his current ability, even if he used all his strength, it would be a miracle if he could kill his opponent once. He didn't even know how serious the injuries he would suffer in the process, so how could he have the chance to see his opponent's past and future? He had the ability to see people's past and future without killing them in the present world. It was a method he had learned from Baimai, but there was a precondition to this, and it was that he had sufficient understanding of his opponent's sect. Did he know enough about Henghe River system? Desperate situation, death situation, he could only use the most special method to deal with it. Conventional methods didn't work. He needed to put himself to death first, and then think about other things. Baihua couldn't speak, and her spirit couldn't come out. She was tightly controlled by Henghe people, and only her eyes flowed with blood and tears. She stared at Lu Xiaoyi. Lu Xiaoyi knew what she meant. She wanted him to make a quick decision. Only by killing her could he have a chance to fight. But he wouldn't do that, not because he was soft-hearted, but because he considered it from a fighting point of view. Even if he used his sword to kill this shield, his situation wouldn't be any better. He would still waste time, mental power, and everything in the embarrassment of not being able to find his opponent's past and future. The final result would still be the same. People who were used to playing with their lives in the realm of life and death always had a natural intuition about what they should and shouldn't do. People like Sabrahan couldn't be dealt with using conventional methods, unless one day he also had a young spirit body. With a sinister smile, Lu Xiaoyi instantly made a decision. Before the power of the great sun could be fully unleashed, his body disappeared like a phantom. A small spatial gate appeared where he was, and disappeared in an instant. Escape. After talking so much, his first choice was actually to run away. This was the swordsman. Sabrahan couldn't help but laugh, but he had to admit that this swordsman had grasped his only obsession. He would never let this terrifying opponent go. He came here to kill him, and there was no other reason. Not only was this swordsman's sin, but also this swordsman's terrifying future growth potential. Regardless of whether the Henghe River system's role in the Great War of the Five Rings was leaked, killing him was his only choice. So, he would definitely follow. Playing space with a young spirit. Playing with spatial gates. Hundreds of years ago, he had already received the rewards of the Wings of Cloud and experienced the 34-dimensional spatial gates. Why would he be afraid of this? But he couldn't bring this woman with him, because going through the spatial gate alone and bringing someone with him were two different concepts. It would consume several times more spiritual magic power, and bringing her with him was not worth it. So, after giving Baihua the order to stay put, he also opened a spatial gate and went in. Baihua couldn't control her body. This was the highest secret technique of the Henghe River system. Unless Sabrahan died, she could regain control of her body. She felt that she was really useless. She couldn't help with anything, and instead caused more trouble. She had heard people talk about spatial gates before, but she didn't understand. How could he run away in front of a young spirit? She hoped that the swordsman would run away, because this Sabrahan was one of the young spirits with the highest status in the Henghe River system. In the Henghe River system, he was the de facto god. The only thing that made her feel strange was that near the spatial gate where the two disappeared, countless pairs of wings suddenly appeared. They flickered, as if they were dancing. As soon as Sabrahan entered the two-dimensional space, he immediately felt that something had taken over him. It was a very special technique, as if he had formed a connection with the swordsman. Reverse dust light. This was a secret technique of Xuanyuan's scabbard. When the swordsman was on the verge of death and wanted to die together with his opponent, he would use this secret technique in a life and death struggle. The core of this technique was to follow the body like a shadow, inseparable in life and death. Wherever the opponent ran, the swordsman would follow. Ignoring the difference in space, as long as the opponent could enter, the swordsman could also enter. But Lu Xiaoyi's current technique didn't allow him to go wherever the people of the Henghe River system went, but wherever he went, the people of the Henghe River system could only follow. In the use of space, the reverse dust light had a special effect. Chapter 1528. Lu Xiaoyi's goal was not to run. That was why he didn't escape after entering the dimensional space. Instead, he opened the next space gate after using the reverse dust light on Henghe. What he was interested in was the weakening of the cultivator's magic power and soul after passing through the space gate. The theory was that through constant weakening, the gap between the two parties' magic power and soul could be closed to the point where they could hurt each other. This was theoretically possible because every time they passed through a space gate, they would weaken by 10%. It was a proportional weakening, so the sun god's weakening would definitely be much greater than his. If they were lucky, they might even have the chance to wield a sword or fight a tortoise. If there were countless space gates, the two parties would eventually be on the same level. Of course, this was impossible. As monarchs, the two of them could only enter the space gate 35 times at most. The deepest space was 36-dimensional space. To reach this space, they had to pass through the space gate again and again. They couldn't jump through here. According to Lu Xiaoyi's estimation, They only needed to pass through 5 or 6 space gates and their strength would be equivalent to 60% of their normal strength. Then, he would be able to fight. If they could pass through the space gate 10 times and their strength would be reduced to 30 or 40%, he would have a slight advantage with his experience of killing those of a higher level. If they really passed through the space gate 35 times, their strength would be reduced to 2 or 3% of their normal strength, which was equivalent to Jindan's strength. What was there to be afraid of? Of course, it was impossible to reach this step. He didn't have the ability to do so. After passing through the space gate several times, the process was much smoother than he had imagined. He had never taken the initiative to try this before. There was only one reason why he could succeed. They were still in the chaotic weave and seemed to have the help of the wings of cloud. Of course, they were not only helping Lu Xiaoyi, they were also helping Sabrahan. Sabrahan completely understood the swordsman's intentions after chasing him into the dimensional space. There was the reverse dust light and the continuous passing through the space gate. He couldn't help but praise the swordsman's ingenuity. It was a very imaginative final struggle, but it was a little unrealistic. Even if he passed through the space gate continuously and his strength was constantly weakened, he would always be stronger than the swordsman in absolute terms. If he really wanted to pull them to the same level, he would need at least 100 spatial gates to do so. When he was in Jindan, Sabrahan was already famous for his bravery in battle. His body fortification divine technique was famous throughout the Henghe realm. How could he be defeated by a swordsman? The decay only targeted his mana and spirit, but it did not have much effect on his physical body. If he really waited for it to decay more than 10 times, his young spirit body would not be damaged by the flying sword. He only knew one thing, but did not know the other. He wanted to see what kind of reaction the sword cultivator would have when he discovered that his flying sword could not even cut through the opponent's skin when he wanted to fight. Moreover, no matter how much his ability had been reduced, the essence of his young spirit realm would not change. In other words, he could still be reborn. He had plenty of room for error, but what about swordsman? A single mistake could cost him his life. Sabrahan had nothing to fear, so he didn't care too much about his opponent escaping through the space gates. In fact, he couldn't control it. In the space gates, the power of space was above all other powers. It had priority. With a spurt of energy, Lu Xiaoyi passed through 6 spatial gates and arrived at the 7th dimensional space. He felt that it was time to test the strength of the Henghe young spirit. After 6 times of decay, he had fallen from being close to the yin spirit frenzy peak to the dangerous state of the initial yin spirit. However, this did not affect his combat effectiveness. In his estimation, Sabrahan had already fallen from the young spirit realm and should now be in the primordial spirit realm. He was very experienced in dealing with the primordial spirit of the Henghe realm. Although his own ability had dropped a lot, he still had insight and experience. He thought very carefully, and his plan was also imaginative and unexpected. The only thing he didn't consider was that his opponent was also a living person, an old young spirit who had more than 3,000 years of combat experience than him. How could Sabrahan not have considered what he had considered? As soon as the flying sword came out, he used all his strength. He didn't hold back at all. Lu Xiaoyi wanted to fight to the death here. This was the best opportunity he could find for himself, the most suitable environment. However, Sabrahan simply smiled and ignored the flying swords flying towards him. Instead, he took a step forward and stepped into the 7th spatial gate. He said with a smile, "You like it? Then why don't we compete and see who can wear more?" Henghe young spirit knew very well that, as the swordsman had expected, the current situation of the two was indeed the best environment for the swordsman to challenge here. The difference between the yin spirit and the primordial spirit had been reduced by 1 level, but the power of the flying sword had not been reduced much. It was a great opportunity for an upset. It was a very smart way to do it. It was refreshing. Although Sabrahan didn't care about fighting the swordsman in such a situation, why should he do as the swordsman wanted? Let him think that he had succeeded, and then burst out with all his strength to bring him some damage? A battle between great cultivators was a battle of battlefield psychology. If you want to do as you wish, then I must not let you do as you wish. Therefore, Sabrahan naturally chose to continue going deeper into the space gate. It was completely as you wished. It was even beyond your expectations. In any case, with the help of the wings of the cloud, everyone's passing through the gate was like having divine help. He would keep wearing it until someone couldn't bear it anymore. At that time, with his young spirit's body-refining divine art, would he be able to cut off the little swordsman's leg hair with a flying sword attack at the level of Jindan? He expressed his doubts. Lu Xiaoyi cursed inwardly. This old thing didn't take the usual path. If he continued to step through the space gate, Lu Xiaoyi would be caught in a trap of his own making. Because the reverse dust light had decided that he could only follow, there was no choice. This was the deadly skill of Xuanyuan's scabbard. Once used, he was invincible, or if there was an enemy, there was no self. He couldn't withdraw it. Heng He-yang's spirit used his rich experience to teach him a lesson. Never treat people as fools. You have the cloud climbing strategy, but people have the wall ladder. Sabrahan's change from passive to active immediately pulled the battle in a direction that no one could predict. With no other choice, Lu Xiaoyi could only follow through the space gate, whether he was willing or not. Even if he wanted to turn back, because of the young spirit's more powerful magic power and spirit, whether it was the space gate or the reverse dust light, they all tacitly agreed that Heng He-yang's spirit was in the dominant position, leaving him helpless. Like this, he was forcefully dragged through the space gate. Whether he was willing or not, Heng He-yang's spirit was also angry and wanted to compete with him through the space gate, showing no signs of stopping. Lu Xiaoyi only felt that his magic power and spirit had dropped from the yin spirit to the late stage of yuanying, the middle stage, and the early stage. This Heng He-yang spirit was crazy. He passed through 20 space gates in one breath and arrived at the 27th dimensional space before finally stopping. At this time, Lu Xiaoyi was dangerously wandering between yuanying and Jindan. Sabrahan also stopped at the middle stage of yuanying. Chapter 1529. The reason why Saburahan stopped wasn't because he didn't have the ability to continue. Back then, the wings of cloud had taken him through 34 spatial gates. In other words, he had the ability to pass through 35-dimensional spaces as if they were flat ground. The people of Henghe River received rewards from the wings of cloud by rescuing them. There was no fixed pattern. The wings of cloud was a very straightforward spirit. Their rewards were also inconsistent. Sometimes, for some reason, they would show fewer spatial gates, and sometimes more. According to the records of hundreds of years, the unluckiest cultivator was only taken through 15 spatial gates. But Saburahan's 34 times was the only one in the history of Henghe River. This was also the main reason why he dared to follow. As for why, no one knew. It all depended on the mood and improvisation of the wings of cloud at that time, but there was one point. No one among the cultivators of Yuanhang River had entered the 36th time. Saburahan was the closest, but he also rarely tried. After all, after passing through 34 gates, his strength had weakened to an extremely terrifying degree. In the cultivation world, no matter whether it was inside or outside the realm, who didn't have a few life and death enemies? Who would be willing to put themselves in such an awkward situation? If there really was someone with ulterior motives, then it would be too late to cry. The reason why he stopped was because he thought that with Lu Xiaoyi's current state, even if he used a flying sword, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. He had already achieved his goal, so there was no need to continue. But even if he stopped, Lu Xiaoyi was unwilling. What, you think it's more appropriate now? Have you asked for my feelings? Being dragged through 20 spatial gates, Lu Xiaoyi's displeasure had already reached its peak. The same reason as Saburahan. The environment that the opponent approved of was definitely not a good environment. Without saying anything, he continued to step through the gates. Whoever was afraid would die. Lu Xiaoyi completely ignored Saburahan's expression of "come and hit me." He continued to smile. He was even joking. Don't stop. Whoever stops is a son of a bitch. This was a strange battle of life and death. It was because neither side was willing to give up. Saburahan didn't want to give up because he didn't have a reason to. How could a top young spirit let a little yin spirit escape from his sphere of influence? If they let him continue to grow after he returned, who knows how many people he would bring to Hung River in the future. Of course, Lu Xiaoyi would not give up. Because what the sun god had done had exceeded the bottom line of his tolerance. He had always been afraid of death, but when he was forced into a desperate situation, he would crazily seek death. He also had a contradictory personality. He had done it 7 times, and Sabrahan had followed him for 20 times. Now it was his turn again. He planned to carry on this competition to the end. Once they reached the 36th dimension, everyone would be at ease. At that time, they would see who could kill who. Sabrahan did not care. Since the swordsman wanted to waste his energy, then he would fight for his life. There were not many spatial gates to pass through anyway. The more he wore, the weaker the swordsman's flying sword would be, and the less likely it would be to break through his defense. Even though his current defense was no longer at the yang spirit level, compared to his mana and divine soul, the decline was quite limited. Lu Xiaoyi didn't care. Because he had already keenly felt that the spatial gate was open to his body. Heng He Yang spirit's physical ability was still there, but Lu Xiaoyi's physical ability was not there. He did not even think of relying on his flying sword at the end. Directly drawing his sword was his most direct method. The whole battle was very strange. Until now, neither side had really fought, but they had already made themselves look like neither human nor ghost. In this sense, Lu Xiaoyi's strategy was undoubtedly successful, but he was still very clear that the chances of him winning in the end were very small. Because the opponent had the ability to be reborn, there was a lot of room for mistakes. But he didn't even once. The only purpose of doing this was that he might be able to kill the Heng He man once, or several times. Then he would be killed by the Heng He man if he couldn't hold on or made a mistake. So what? Even if he couldn't kill you, he would still break a few of your teeth. This was Lu Xiaoyi's simple thinking. Even if he died, he would still disgust you. What if the Heng He Yang spirit went out and could no longer control Bai Hua? Perhaps this woman could still help him take revenge? There was always a glimmer of hope. If there was hope, he would work hard and not give up. Life and death often tested the will of both sides. He couldn't just wait for death. This was his character. Whether it was in a fit of pique or a fight to the death, the two of them would inevitably drag each other into the abyss. Lu Xiaoyi was still ignorant of the Tao of space, so he was still fearless. But when he passed through a few more spatial gates and arrived at the 34th dimensional space, he faintly felt that something was wrong. This didn't make sense. This swordsman was just a beginner when he saw him use the Tao of space. He didn't have enough foundation, and his immersion in the spatial gate was still very shallow. It could be inferred that he hadn't learned the spatial gate for a long time with the help of the wings of cloud. Considering the time when the floating raft was stolen and the wings of cloud was stolen, it was likely that the swordsman had only learned the spatial gate a few years ago. What could he have learned in a few years' time? This was where the strangeness of the matter lay. According to the hundreds of years of history in the Hung River boundary, many great ceremonies had received the wings of cloud as a reward. Generally speaking, the rewards weren't high and depended on luck. He, Sabrahan, was the luckiest because he had great attainments in the Tao of space. He believed that this was the reason why the wings of cloud favored him. But why was this swordsman also able to obtain such a good fortune? He was clearly just a yin master and was still inexperienced in the Tao of space. Yet, he was able to come to the 34th dimensional space like him. This didn't make sense. Was it the secret of the swordsman Xuanyuan's inheritance? Or was it the work of the wings of cloud? He didn't believe it was the former. If it was the most famous lineage in the origin world, such as the 3 pure ones, then it might be possible. After all, a group of sword maniacs had limited achievements in the Tao of Xiantian. Combat and research couldn't be done at the same time. This was the principle. Then it must be the latter. When he thought of this, he had more doubts. For example, why did the wings of cloud help them with the spatial gate in this battle? Why? For fun. To see something new. Ignorant people might think this way, but as a young master who had seen many things, he would never let go of any clues. Although he wasn't sure where the danger would come from, he subconsciously chose the most direct method. He didn't want to wait until the last 35 spatial gates. He had a premonition that if this swordsman could go one spatial gate deeper than him, then wouldn't he be able to escape? He couldn't let this swordsman go. The game was over. Chapter 1530. Saburahan acted as soon as he thought of it. Taking advantage of the fact that he was still in the early yuanying stage, he still had some yuanying stage methods that he could use. Thus, he did not hesitate to attack the sword cultivator. He chose the most direct Ren technique, which was the best choice in a spatial environment, because the foundation of the lesser Ren technique was actually the way of space. Most of his big moves couldn't be used because of the sharp decrease in his magical power and divine soul, and because of the time limit, the swordsman couldn't resist the lesser Ren technique against Jindan's level of suppression. He could only passively endure it. The flying sword's obstruction was meaningless, and he didn't have enough space to use vertical escape. He could only use his sword to destroy and passively resist with his body. Lu Xiaoyi's body was damaged. Fortunately, he also had the body of a yin god and had enough resistance to yuanying skills, so he wasn't cut in half. Among the space gates, the gate was the first. Therefore, after enduring several lesser Ren techniques, Lu Xiaoyi smoothly jumped into the 34th space gate, which was the 35th dimensional space. It was the last space that Saburahan could enter. Lu Xiaoyi also found something strange from Saburahan's actions. Why was he so impatient to attack him? Was there a problem? Or was it that this sun god didn't have the ability to follow him to the end? The more intense the battle, the calmer Lu Xiaoyi was. This was the intuition of a natural warrior. Maybe they didn't know the specific reason, but it didn't stop them from making the best choice. Since Henghe Yang God was inexplicably anxious, he should keep this guy by his side, instead of just running for his life and pinning his hopes on the opponent not being able to follow him to the end. A change finally appeared. Should he take advantage of this opportunity to gamble and kill his opponent again? Or should he prioritize self-preservation? Different people had different choices. Like Lu Xiaoyi, of course, he would think about how to kill his opponent. As for his own situation, he didn't care about it anymore. He wisely didn't fight back. Because fighting back at this time was the most meaningless and ineffective. The only thing he needed to do now was to hold on to the other party when he was unwilling to do so. Lu Xiaoyi didn't know that Saburahan could only enter 35 dimensional spaces, one less than him. However, his battle instincts told him to continue. At the same time, he activated the last taboo binding for his reverse fusion dustlight, forced 3 breaths of same dust. This was the reverse dustlight's final move. It was actually to give the swordsman a final chance to destroy both the jade and the stone. Saburahan sensed danger, and it was very clear. This was the basic ability of a sun spirit cultivator. He no longer used the lesser Rend art. Instead, he used the most vicious curse of the Hung River orthodoxy under the Unbound Realm, life decay. Normally, he wouldn't use such a method easily, because it meant that his own life would also decrease in the process of his opponent's life. But now, something was wrong. He could no longer worry about personal gains and losses. I can't give swordsman any more hope. This ant was too good at tormenting others. He was tormented to the point where he could feel the danger now. When he had entered the spatial door, he had never imagined that this would happen. Both sides stayed in the 35th dimensional space for 2 or 3 breaths longer than the other dimensional spaces, as if they had a tacit understanding. Lu Xiaoyi was activating the reverse dustlight's final restriction. Saburahan was activating life decay. He had already revealed his trump card. Because of his rebirth ability, Hung River Yang God still had a clear advantage. Lu Xiaoyi arrived at the 36th dimensional space and nodded his head in thanks towards the empty space. Although he couldn't see them, he could feel the cloud sky wings. Without the help of these space spirits, let alone the 36th dimensional space, he wouldn't even be able to enter the 6th dimensional space. He didn't know what kind of trouble would occur when he was creating the spatial door. Unfortunately, he probably wouldn't have the chance to repay these kind spirits in this life. Here, He would welcome his final moments. He had already done what he needed to do. Holding 7 ant in his hand, he could clearly feel his life draining away. But he didn't care. He also knew that Hung River young god was stronger than him in terms of body, but he was still fearless. Because the power of his flying sword couldn't compare to 7 ant in his hand, he still had a trump card, the power of faith. The spatial door could weaken a cultivator in all aspects, but it couldn't do anything to faith. Faith, it was faith. Once it was formed, it couldn't be restrained by any power. Only in this moment did he understand a little of the benefits of faith. Unfortunately, he hadn't listened to old man Ji's advice. He had always been slacking in the field of faith. 7 ant plus faith, close combat to decide life and death. Jin Dan against Yuanying, simple. In his heart, there was no fear before death, and moreover, there was no hot-blooded impulse. It was as if this was something that would happen sooner or later. When had he become so heartless? He was also very strange. It seemed he didn't have any final words. He also didn't deliberately think of anyone. The only feeling he had was a little bit of release. Could he go see his mother? But his wish was destined to never come true. After he calmly waited for several breaths of time in his heart, he discovered that Hung River young god, who had always been following him, hadn't followed him. This was too strange. Could it be that the reverse dustlight had failed? Or maybe Sabrahan had run away. How was that possible? He could clearly feel that Hung River young god was nearby through the reverse dustlight. He was very close to him, but why couldn't he see his figure? He could also feel the loss of life force. This meant that the curse was still there. He wouldn't escape. He would escape far away in the 36-dimensional space. Because he had to solve the problem of the loss of life force. Could this be Hung River young god's method? Deliberately not fighting him, only wanting to kill him through the loss of life force? Lu Xiaoyi knew that he couldn't hold on for much longer. Although he hadn't fought a real battle, his injuries were heavier than fighting. His ability wasn't enough to pass through the 35-dimensional doors. Forcibly passing through with the help of the wings of cloud and sky was already extremely harmful to him. There was also the loss of life force. That wasn't an ordinary loss, but the damage of the Hung River Yang system's secret technique. In this regard, he was very familiar with the methods of Taoism and Buddhism, but he didn't know anything about the Hung River Yang system. This kind of damage that transcended Taoism was very fatal, especially not easy to recover from. When he had formed his nascent soul in Juzian, he had recondensed his body to avoid the corrosion of Buddhism's power. Then this time, what would he use to recover? Among the friends he was familiar with, who had studied the Henghe River system? Therefore, he couldn't leave. Killing Sabrahan was the only release. If he couldn't wait for him, then he would go back and look for him. He could feel that Hung River young god was in the upper layer of space and hadn't gone far. Therefore, he stepped back and returned from the 36-dimensional space to the 35-dimensional space. The strange thing was that there was still no trace of Sabrahan. Carefully sensing, he found that this guy wasn't on the 35th layer, but should be in the 36-dimensional space. What was going on? Lu Xiaoyi laughed loudly. He finally understood that this idiot was stuck in the space barrier between the 35 and 36-dimensional spaces and couldn't get out. It was like being unbeatable in the game in his previous life. Chapter 1531. P.S. Give me some monthly votes. I don't know if there are double votes. Last month, I was ranked 7th. This month, I've fallen out of the top 50. Don't blame me for not doing my best this month. But I think I can still save myself at the end of the month. Please support me. There are 3 days at the end of the month. During the May Day holiday, I will release the drafts I've saved up. I can't satisfy everyone for the whole month, but I can at least do it once in a while. I wish everyone a happy holiday. Saburahan finally had a trace of fear in his heart. Fear was not because he was going to die here, but because of the instigator of all this, the wings of cloud sky. These space elves were not as harmless as they looked. They had obvious preferences and had dug countless traps for the people of Henghe River. The space gate they showed to every person of Henghe River was flawed, but it was hard to say when it would explode. Like him, there was no problem for the first 34 times, but when he entered the 36-dimensional space, there was a big problem. And it was a big problem that could not be solved. Under the pressure of the space gate, he had been reborn several times just to understand this point. The rebirth of the sun god was not endless. It needed a supply of energy, and he could also feel that when he was reborn, there was a shameless thing that was poking at his past and future. How did he end up in this situation? He was also clear. It seemed like every step was correct, but who knew that it was a dead end? The wings of Cloud Sky were willing to gather to open the space gate for the two of them, but it was not because they had nothing better to do. Their main purpose was to kill him, the sun god of Henghe River. Maybe it also included all the people of Henghe River who had brought them to the distant Henghe boundary, thinking that they had taken advantage of the wings of Cloud Sky. As for why, was there a need to think about it? Releasing these space elves in Henghe boundary might not be able to last until they returned to the land of chaos. Releasing them was killing them. From this point of view, there was nothing wrong with taking revenge for the countless wings of Cloud Sky. It was in accordance with the rules of the heavenly Tao. This swordsman could of course get the correct way to enter and exit the 36th-dimensional space gate, because he was the one who released them in the land of chaos. It was a real rescue. This was the reason he was stuck here. It was basically hopeless for cultivators below the half-immortal realm. It was in the Yangshan phase, and the only thing it could do was to move itself out of the space wall through its rebirth after death. However, this kind of movement was very difficult, and it needed to try in all directions. In the space gate, the raging space power was the most difficult to grasp. Unlike in a normal dimensional space, it could roughly control the direction and distance of its rebirth. The worst part was that there was a guy who was peeping at him from the side and poking holes in his past and future. This was a competition. Who would be the first to break out of the spatial wall? Or would the swordsman discover his past and future? Or perhaps he could hold on for a little longer, allowing the swordsman's life force to decline and die. At this point in the battle, the two sides still hadn't directly exchanged blows, but they had already reached the point of fighting to the death. That was how swordsmen worked. Slowly but surely, he was able to turn an unreachable gap into a situation that was advantageous to him. Sabrahan sighed with emotion. Everyone who could slay the sun god was worthy of respect. They all had profound strength to back them up. Based on the swordsman's performance in the battle, the sun god that died in his hands was not unjust at all. To be able to turn an absolute disadvantage into a tie, and even gain an advantage, it meant something. In this kind of battle, he didn't even use his most prided sword technique. Why would he need a sword to kill? Sabrahan finally had a trace of worry in his heart, a trace of fear. This was extremely rare in his thousands of years of battle. Under the great Tao of space, even his main gods couldn't save him. He knew that this swordsman had once obtained an inheritance from the Tianzi sword Tao tablet. This secret had been widely spread along with his brilliance in the universe's cultivation world. It was the inheritance of the greatest sword disciple. Then, would he still have time to escape from the spatial wall through rebirth? The swordsman's long-winded chatter came from outside. Hey! This guy was the eternal river corpseman in his past life. Oh ho! So you have a glorious history of being a rapist. Ear digger. What kind of thing is that? Ascetic monk, snake charmer, tyrant, and countless other experiences were all dug out by the swordsman. In just a short span of 10 breaths, Sabrahan was still able to maintain the calmest of judgments. He constantly changed the location of his rebirth to determine which direction was the easiest to escape from. This not only required a firm mind, but also rich spatial theory and meticulous calculations. To be able to reach such a level in a situation where his past and future could be severed at any time, one had to admire the sun god's superb self-control. It was as if everything that happened in the outside world had nothing to do with him. Just do your best and leave the rest to the will of the heavens. This sentence was easy to say, but how many people could actually do it in a desperate situation? Sabrahan did it. After 10 breaths, his reborn body finally appeared in the 35th dimension. But at the same time as he was reborn, a tired figure leapt in front of him and slashed down with a sword. Modern realm, 7 ants plus conviction. After 10 rebirths, Sabrahan's physical strength had once again greatly decreased. Facing the swordsman who was also extremely weak, he couldn't even withstand a single strike. Future, a statue of Lice Lady. Past, the experience of a priest. Sabrahan didn't even have time to experience the joy of regaining his freedom before he returned to darkness. But this was his last time, and there was no future. Lu Xiaoyi slashed out with his sword. This was already his final burst. Overdrafting his body's strength made him unable to continue. Although his opponent was already dead, his life wouldn't be long, because the loss of his life force had already damaged his foundation. It was worth it. He was very satisfied with this result. Henghe Sun God's past and future were hidden very well, but if you really understood the core of this orthodoxy, then it was actually very simple. In the future, it would definitely be a few so-called main gods. Looking at the orthodoxy, Sabrahan had the same inheritance as Jioli, so his future could only be Lice Lady. In the past, it would definitely be a priest, because this surname was the noblest symbol in the Henghe boundary. It was something that the people of Henghe boundary would never give up. Even the main gods would definitely have a scepter in one hand. Why? The meaning was to show that their bloodline was noble. If you truly understood the core of this orthodoxy, in the future, when you faced the people of Henghe boundary, it would become very simple. Their history and traditions didn't support them to make changes in these core aspects. This was their weakness. Lu Xiaoyi already had no strength left. He didn't know how to get out. Did he still need to go out? If this was the end, he would rather die here alone quietly. The rumors in the future would only be that he and the Henghe Sun God perished together. He didn't lose face for the swordsman. Just as he was about to give up, he felt a spatial door open. Countless wings of cloud sky surrounded him and pushed him through the spatial door after spatial door. He knew that these fairies had good intentions, but he didn't want to show his helplessness to others, especially to a woman. I don't have any strength left, so let them be. Chapter 1532. Baihua stopped in the air, her heart filled with despair. Her heart was burning with anxiety as she waited for such a terrible result. But she couldn't do anything. She couldn't help at all. That's not right. Her absence would be a great help. Otherwise, she would be a hindrance to the swordsman. She couldn't move because Sabrahan's restrictions were there. Sabrahan's goal was to show her the consequences of going against the Henghe realm, even if you were a powerful 5-ringed cultivator, a powerful Shenyuan swordsman. She kept thinking, how much did all this have to do with her? Was she the one who harmed the swordsman? Without her, would the swordsman still be in the chaotic weaves? Was what the swordsman said when he broke up with her last time true or false? She couldn't understand. It seemed to be related. It also didn't seem to be related. There was nothing more torturous than being alone in the air, unable to move, anxiously waiting for the destined result. Then, she suddenly felt her body relax. This was a sign that she had regained control of her body. She subconsciously wanted to fly away, to a place where no one could find her, but she didn't move. She suddenly realized, did the disappearance of the restrictions mean something? Could Sabrahan suddenly remove the restrictions on her in the middle of an intense battle? Impossible. Then there was only one possibility. This Henghe young god had been killed, at least once. It was precisely because it was killed that the restrictions on its life had lost their effect. She saw hope again. This made her even more determined to stay here. She wanted to see the final result, or she wouldn't be at ease for the rest of her life. This time, the wait was even longer, even more painful. Before, there was no hope, so she didn't look forward to it. Now that there was hope, she was even more nervous. Could they kill the Henghe realm people? Were there so many things in the past and future? Or was it just a lucky coincidence? From what she knew, she had heard too many stories of low-level true monarchs dying at the hands of young gods. Without exception, the results were the same. The bravest and strongest could only kill the young god once, as if they had completed some kind of ritual to prove themselves. In the end, they would all be defeated by the powerful rebirth power of the young gods. Would that be the case? In the midst of her torment, she finally saw a spatial door. Then, a body floated out, like a corpse. Baihua could clearly feel the faint vitality of this body. It had exceeded the normal warning line by too much, and was irreversibly sliding towards death. However, his clothes and accessories were unmistakable. Baihua instantly approached him and hugged him. What she saw was a calm face as he spoke in decent words. "Am I dead? Was he in heaven? Heaven sent a fairy to pick me up. By the way, does this place even have a wife?" Baihua had a stomach full of worry. Countless comforting and heartwarming words were instantly stuffed back down her throat. No matter where in this world, there is no place for a wife. You're still alive. Even if you die, you won't be able to go to heaven. Hell is made for people like you. Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. Baihua, looks like this really isn't heaven. Why don't you take a look and see if you can save him? I have old and young to take care of, and countless beauties waiting for me to comfort. Baihua was truly defeated by this person. He was already in this state, yet his mouth was still full of nonsense. Under normal circumstances, those warm words for someone who was about to die could not be said. Even if this person was about to die, no one could sympathize with him at all. They only felt that one less scourge in this world was not necessarily a bad thing. I can't save you. Even a deity can't save you. First, tell me, is Sabrahan dead? Or has he left? Lu Xiaoyi nuzzled his head in her embrace and let out a long, comfortable breath. A faint fragrance floated into his nose. He suddenly felt that dying in the arms of a beauty wasn't so bad. It was much better than being in a different dimension, empty and cold. He no longer had the strength to struggle. The secret curse of the Henghe river system had already destroyed his self-healing ability. Furthermore, he had passed through the spatial door 70 times. Even if it was a normal person, at his peak state, passing through the door 70 times at his level would take away half of his life. Furthermore, there was a sun spirit opponent like Sabrahan. After all, the wings of cloud and sky were the roots of the fairies. They could not be so considerate. To them, passing through space was nothing, but to humans, there was a price to pay. Lu Xiaoyi forced himself to turn his head so that his mouth was closer to a certain point. Of course I'm dead. Even a sun spirit can't compete with me in life and death. When Baihua heard this, she did not say anything else. She picked him up and ran in a certain direction. The person who was being held by the waist complained endlessly. Hey, is it appropriate to treat a person who is about to die like this? You should at least hold me in your arms and comfort me, right? Let a lonely heart have a place to return to. It's best if you use something to block my mouth, just like when a child is born. From the end point to the beginning point, this is more like cultivation, more poetic. In the future, my biography will spread even more widely. Those idle people will like to read this. Baihua was completely speechless. She could not think of what kind of environment could create such a weirdo. Shut up. If you say any more nonsense, I'll use your own socks to block your mouth. Lu Xiaoyi tactfully shut his mouth. During this period, he had never stopped trying. He wanted to use the secrets in his body to recover his lost vitality. Unfortunately, there was no response. The best time to recover had passed. At that time, he was desperately cutting the Hung River Yang spirit's past and future, and then going back through the 35 spatial doors. The wings of cloud and sky's good intentions had ruined his last chance of survival. He did not blame them. They were all little cuties. They did not understand the twists and turns of the human world. Baihua's destination was the closest meteorite to the two of them. She would arrive in 100 breaths. This was something she had observed long ago. In the blink of an eye, she found a meteorite hole. The person who was being dragged to death was talking nonsense again. Are you looking for a grave for me? Do you have a coffin with you? The hole needs to be dug deeper. Don't set up an array. It'll be too conspicuous. Every year during the Qingming festival, don't burn those useless paper money. Just burn a few beautiful paper dolls. I might be able to use them down there. Bai Hua ignored him and quickly set up an array. Concealment arrays, all kinds of concealment. In the end, the two of them entered the meteorite hole. With a wave of her hand, she opened the raft ring. A beautiful small floating raft filled the cave. Lu Xiaoyi's eyes lit up. You didn't bring a coffin? I don't blame you. No one would want to carry something like that. Using a floating raft as a coffin? That's a very creative idea, but it's a little expensive. I'll take it from you. In the next life, I'll make pants and bras. I'll repay you. Bai Hua ignored him. After everything was arranged, she took a deep breath. The swordsman did what he had to do. Now it was her turn. As pieces of gauze fell to the ground, the person lying on the ground was still pretending to be innocent. What are you doing? Don't mess around. My pure life. Don't come near me. I'll call for help. Chapter 1533. Bai Hua approached him and started to take off his clothes. Her expression was calm, as if she was doing something very ordinary. You have been cursed. Although the person who cursed you is dead, you have lost the best chance to recover in the space door. Furthermore, you might not even know how to respond to the situation. Hung River's orthodoxy can only be solved with the same Hung River technique. I think you know that it's the Buddha of joy. You're not unfamiliar with this, right? You've been with the Saintess for 2 years. Now I'll help you. Be honest and do as I say. Or, do you not like this kind of treatment? Would you rather die honorably? Lu Xiaoyi laughed dryly. I like this treatment. If one time isn't enough, we can do it a few more times. This was actually a feasible method. Lu Xiaoyi had thought of it before, but he couldn't say it out loud. This was his bottom line. It was one thing to talk nonsense, but it was another to use his own helplessness and some merit to ask for help. But if it was Bai Hua who suggested it, he wouldn't reject it. It was a bit hypocritical, but in the cultivation world, hypocrisy was everywhere. He was no exception. Bai Hua's movements were still a bit unfamiliar. This made Lu Xiaoyi feel even more awkward. This was also the reason why he would rather spend money for so many years. But even though she was unfamiliar with it, Bai Hua was still very open. Maybe it was because of the unavoidable influence in a place like the Jomo Temple, or maybe she just treated all of this as a treatment. The only difference was the method. It was a very melodramatic plot. Lu Xiaoyi didn't expect it to happen to him one day. It was as if as long as it was related to the orthodoxy of Hung River, everything would become strange. Bai Hua finally managed to get Lu Xiaoyi to finish his preparations. She found it very strange. You don't have much life left and your whole body is weak. How can you still have such thoughts? Lu Xiaoyi was a bit speechless. This woman was so serious that it was scary. You're already doing this kind of thing. Don't you know how to say some warm words of love? It was like doing academic research. If it was someone else, they might not be able to do it. To Bai Hua, this was a rescue process. She was not so frivolous that she would give her heart to someone who had only seen them once. Even if she had learned many similar methods in the Henghe realm, she would never take a fancy to this person in front of her. That was because this person had been so shameless on the floating raft during those 2 years. This had nothing to do with saving him. Therefore, every step, every movement, and every cooperation was strictly done according to the rules. The orthodoxy of the Jomo Temple was not as simple as dual cultivation. Being able to establish a foothold in a large domain, being able to compete with orthodoxies like the sword vein, and being able to withstand hundreds of swords at close range without dying, meant something. One of the most important branches was life exchange. Of course, Lu Xiaoyi did not know this yet. While he was enjoying it, he was slowly receiving the nourishment of life from the other party. He thought that this was all there was to life-saving. They gave each other and gradually reached a balance. In the beginning, it was only to gradually stop the loss of his life force. After a period of time, it began to slowly inject life force. However, this infusion of life force was from someone else and not from Lu Xiaoyi himself. He needed to receive and convert it. It required a familiar process and a gradual increase in efficiency. It could not be done overnight. It was a turning point when he was able to mobilize his body to a minimum. To be honest, he no longer felt anything for Ziyi when she helped him. Instead, he hoped to end the awkwardness as soon as possible. This was the first time in his 1,000-year romantic history that he had experienced something like this. This woman always had a way to turn a passionate sport into a routine operation on the operating table. Speaking of which, when you look at the person in the white coat beside you with a serious expression, silently calculating the speed of each other's life force exchange and correcting it from time to time, it was really maddening. You have to control the rhythm. The efficiency of your absorption is very low right now. The consequence of being anxious for success is pointless waste. You won't gain anything and I'll lose too much. Do you think I'm the sun god who has an inexhaustible supply? Emotions. Control your emotions. You can't let instinct win over reason, nor can you let reason erase instinct. Remember, you're not in a brothel and you're not lying in a coffin like a corpse. You have to be balanced. Don't make unnecessary movements with your hand. It's meaningless for life force exchange. It will also affect me. If you put it in a place you frequent, you'll have to pay more. Don't act like you have nothing to live for. It's as if you're really innocent. If you're innocent, is there still black in this world? The mouth is used to breathe. It's not used to contain things. You're a swordsman. A perfected cultivator, not a hooligan on the streets. Don't stare at me like a cow's egg. Have you never seen a woman before? Why are you pretending to be innocent? Lu Xiaoyi wanted to cry but had no tears. This had completely subverted his understanding. He could only try to give his own opinion. I seem to be able to mobilize my inner secrets already. Then, does that mean I'll be able to return to normal after some time? It'll just take a little more time. Bai Hua was merciless. What kind of place do you think the Jiumo temple is? It's one of the 4 great orthodoxies of the Hung River realm. Its abilities are unpredictable and it has countless followers. Do you think it's so easy to get rid of this kind of curse? If I leave now, all my previous efforts will be wasted. What's the use of your inner secrets? Cooperate with me obediently. I don't want to fail the first time I try to save someone in my life. Lu Xiaoyi was scolded obediently. He suspected that this woman was purposely looking for this opportunity to take revenge on him for his previous careless word. But he couldn't refute her. This was the disadvantage of being free. There was no autonomy. He became the object of charity, but Bai Hua's words did make sense. Even if he had some ability to mobilize his inner secrets, it was still unstable. The remaining poison of the Jiumo curse was still far from being purged. This wasn't something he could solve on his own. Or, was he willing to spend all his energy on getting rid of the poison in the next few 100 or 1,000 years? It was better to believe in the profession, even if this profession was a bit of a waste. Time slowly passed. Lu Xiaoyi felt that his situation had taken a turn for the better. But before he could say anything, he was mercilessly scolded. If we don't succeed in the end, everything we've done will be meaningless. Can't you have a little more patience? Remember the method I taught you. There will be a life eruption at the end. Only by passing that stage can it be considered a success. Lu Xiaoyi could feel that his life force was returning to him more and more. But there was still poison from the remaining curse in his body. It was something that was completely outside of his knowledge. Under normal circumstances, he could completely avoid this poison. But he was in a bad situation because of the 35 times he passed through the spatial door. That was the path back to the present world. It was also the process of planting the curse deeper and deeper. On this point, Sabrahan had already calculated. This was the backup plan of the Hung River young god. Even if he died, he would drag his opponent down with him. Chapter 1534. When the fusion of life began to happen as one wished, even Lu Xiaoyi knew that the most crucial step was about to arrive. The exchange of life did not cause any loss to Bai Hua. On the contrary, her complexion was better, her spirit was more energetic, her magic power was purer, and her life force was more vigorous. The true path of dual cultivation was like this. It was not harming others to benefit oneself, nor was it harming oneself to benefit others. It was a win-win situation. Bai Hua spoke again, but this time it was not a cold academic discussion, but something else. What is your name? Lu Xiaoyi. Fifth ring Shenyuan sword sect, because you don't have to say so much. As long as you know the name. Bai Hua interrupted him. So what if you know the name? Her eyes lit up. Why do you believe me? You and I don't seem to be close. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. Because you have not used that sword talisman for 20 years. And this should have been your most important task. Bai Hua thought for a moment. Actually, there is no reason. I just feel that there is no need. I can't do it, but you can do it. Then there is nothing wrong with my wish being fulfilled by you. Lu Xiaoyi knew very well what she was talking about. I have always been doing it, and I will not stop in the future. You can rest assured. Bai Hua opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but felt that it was not important. The decision had been made, and there was no point in saying anything more. I am not as good as you think. I have harmed many people, including Jiang Sheng and the others. Whether or not it was my will that made the decision, it was still my doing, and it cannot be denied. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's begin. Follow what I have taught you, and do not deviate at all. I have no interest in doing it a second time. Finally, the treatment was about to end. Lu Xiaoyi did not expect any accidents at all, because his condition was not bad, but the woman's condition was even better. The life force gradually became violent in the intense collision. Lu Xiaoyi, who had been educated by the woman, did not dare to go against the rules. He followed the prescribed order, because he really did not want to go through it again. This might be a successful treatment, but it was definitely not a pleasant experience. At the last moment, when he reached the peak of the Nirvana realm, he felt the core life force that Bai Hua transmitted to him. At the same time, he felt the remnant poison in his body pouring out. He immediately realized that something was wrong and looked at the woman in front of him. Why? You don't have to sacrifice yourself like this. I won't accept your kindness. Because this wasn't my original intention. Bai Hua slowly fell to the ground. It was finally over. When he came back from the Henghe realm, he had the desire to end it. Later, he encountered a series of unforeseen events and thought that he had a new life. In the end, this hope was mercilessly shattered. She still chose to end it because she, who was obsessed with cleanliness, couldn't stand being dirty. Not physically, but psychologically. Even the mysterious Henghe river system has to follow the most basic energy balance. How could there be a real win-win situation? It's just that it's like this in a small circle. Widen the circle a little, and when someone wins, someone will definitely be unlucky. He looked at the swordsman in front of him. I don't want anyone to owe me a favor. You don't have the right to make me sacrifice myself. The reason why I did this is because I felt that your survival would be a greater threat to the Henghe realm. That's all. Lu Xiaoyi realized something. The Henghe realm's method of controlling you won't disappear because of Sabrahan's death. Is that right? But you still have other choices. Leave this place far away and leave it to time. It will be resolved. There's no such thing as an indelible mark in the cultivation realm. Bai Hua shook her head tiredly. I'm tired. I don't have the same tenacity as you swordsmen. There's no such thing as an indelible mark in the cultivation realm, but the prerequisite is that you have to have a long enough life to wear it down and wait. I can't wait. 100 years is my limit in the Henghe realm. How can I wait another 100 years, or even 100 years? You know that I came back this time to be free, but I didn't think that I would still harm so many good friends. You want me to continue waiting and then continue to harm my friends? At least I can end myself. Bai Hua tidied up her makeup. I'm still lucky. Even if it's an end with some meaning. The Henghe realm left behind an evil person that they can't afford to offend. As for me, the restriction of control placed on me within 100 years can't be removed. It's the same as your life force. Since that's the case, it's better for one person to bear the burden. Don't fight with me. It's mine. This isn't being a hero. You have to let me go happier. More meaningful. Otherwise, when the king of hell asks, I won't know what to say. Life force exhaustion can't be removed. Even if it's you, did you learn their secret technique? This was what Lu Xiaoyi wanted to know the most. Bai Hua smiled. It's because I've stayed in the Henghe realm for 100 years that I know that the only way to get rid of this is to eradicate the Jiaomo temple. In order to do that, we have to find their main god. I can't wait. If you can really do it one day, burn an incense stick and tell me. Lu Xiaoyi silently helped her put on her clothes. He could feel the life force in her body draining away. He was very puzzled. So fast. That curse was placed on me. Why is it that it's even faster when it's placed on you? Bai Hua smiled sadly. Because I didn't learn it completely, and in that place, all the martial arts guidance has never been concerned about women. Including the control over me. Every time it's used, it's destroyed. One day, I can't return to my current state of consciousness. Do you think that as a normal cultivator, who can tolerate this? It's better to be faster. I'm afraid of pain, I'm also afraid of the dark, and I'm even more afraid of loneliness. Lu Xiaoyi held her hand. There were some things that even he couldn't change. Not to mention that he was only a yin spirit that had recovered 10 to 20%. Even if he was a yang spirit at its peak, so what? Could he go to the Henghe realm and flatten the Jiaomo temple? The two of them were silent. The two of them were originally strangers, but because of many strange coincidences, they were brought together. There was no mutual affection, only incomparable heaviness. Bai Hua was too lazy to speak, but Lu Xiaoyi was silently observing the changes in the life force in her body. During this process, his hands began to misbehave again. The woman didn't stop him. She just looked at him quietly, her eyes clear. It's useless. Some methods can be used once, but not twice. In the Henghe realm, they only considered how a woman could sacrifice herself to help a man, but they never considered how a man could help a woman. You want to help me, I appreciate it. But it's meaningless. Don't make it awkward for everyone, okay? I want to pass this last period of time in peace. This is my last request. Lu Xiaoyi awkwardly stopped. He was at his wit's end. Chapter 1535. Sabrahan's curse was extremely vicious. It was a method that tested the application of damage to the environment. It took into account the factor of passing through 35 spatial gates, which caused Lu Xiaoyi to be beyond cure at that time. Now, all of this was transferred to Bai Hua. Her tenacity was far inferior to Lu Xiaoyi's, so the result was self-evident. Death was too normal for cultivators, especially for a murderous person like Lu Xiaoyi, but killing with a sword and watching a friend leave were two different concepts. It was hard to explain their relationship. They were not lovers, nor friends. To a certain extent, they did not see eye to eye. Bai Hua felt that this swordsman did not have the slightest demeanor of an ancient cultivator. He was just a hooligan wearing the skin of a swordsman. He was greedy, lustful, and had no bottom line. She chose him because there was no one else to choose from. Lu Xiaoyi also felt that this woman had an indecisive and troublesome temper. How did she become a true monarch? Did she not know how to break out in 100 years? Why did she have to come back and end her life? Moreover, her attitude towards dual cultivation showed that she had no potential in this area. It was like she was chewing vinegar. It was also because both of them had such problems that they stayed together and faced this life and death trial together. Those with problems and flaws were more realistic. Bai Hua made a final decision for herself. A month passed. Lu Xiaoyi's body became stronger and stronger, while she became weaker and weaker. But even if he was as strong as an ox now, when he wanted to molest her again, he was stopped by the calm eyes of the weak woman. I don't like this. Really. I don't like it. You will only make me angry. What's the use of living for a few more days? How good would it be to die peacefully? Bai Hua closed her eyes. When I built my foundation, Master let me choose a name for my Dharma. I chose Bai Hua, because although it is ordinary, the tree is straight, just like a person. I like it. This tree has grown for more than 1,000 years, but it is not as straight as I imagined. Only then did I know that if Baihua wants to grow straight, there are conditions. It can't be bent, it can't be bent, it also needs a Baihua forest. There is no Baihua forest in the chaotic border, Lu Xiaoyi said softly. If there is a reflection in heaven, you will see that this white birch is still straight. Baihua muttered to herself, just bury me in the floating raft. Dig the hole deeper, don't set up any arrays. Don't leave my name, don't erect a tombstone, I don't want to be disturbed. I know, for a long time, Baihua couldn't even lift her eyelids. Lu Xiaoyi. I'm here. Why do I find the things you like to do so boring and disgusting? Is this your problem? Or is it my problem? Lu Xiaoyi caressed her cheek. It's our problem. Everything happened too quickly. Originally, all of this could have been done slowly. For example, if I acted like a hero in front of you a few more times and you changed into a few more beautiful dresses, maybe we would fall for each other and you wouldn't be so resistant anymore. Baihua let out a long sigh. Please, next time when you act like a hero, don't keep looking at things you shouldn't look at. You are not a hero, you are a pervert. According to Baihua's request, Lu Xiaoyi buried her and the floating raft in the depths of the meteorite. He sealed it and collapsed it, not leaving a trace of aura outside. He stood there for a long time, his mood was not that heavy. They would all have this day, it was just a matter of sooner or later. He had no hatred. After cultivating for more than 1,000 years, countless experiences had already told him that hatred had no meaning. Instead, it would make you impulsive, lose control, and walk towards destruction. He had killed so many people from Heng River. There were Yuanying, Yin spirit, primordial spirit, and now there was a Yang spirit. So what if they killed a friend who couldn't be considered a friend, a lover who couldn't be considered a lover? It was only right and proper. He was just a person struggling in the universe. In the future, he might have the ability to slaughter worlds and destroy sect. In any case, he had to do it. It didn't matter who he did it to. He took one last look in the direction of Heng River. There was nothing to be reluctant about, because he knew that he would definitely return. He dragged his body, which had not yet fully recovered, and disappeared into the darkness. After a series of carefree journeys, he finally tasted the other side of cultivation, bitterness and death. This was originally a part of cultivation, everyone understood. But when it really happened to you, it was another kind of feeling. That kind of helplessness was indescribable. Even if he hid and did his best to not participate in the actions of the rebel groups in the chaotic border, this kind of bitterness could still find him. There was nothing he could hide from. The only thing he could do was to strengthen himself as quickly as possible. That way, he would have more wishes and fewer regret. Baihua, in his life, was an unremarkable woman. She was so unbearable that she didn't seem to be a competent cultivator. She even faintly rejected the pleasures of intimacy. It was her, however, who used her own life to extend Lu Xiaoyi's life. This was the first time in his life. He said he didn't owe her a favor. He was only dissatisfied with her hiding it. For a person like him who clearly distinguished between kindness and hatred, how could he not owe this woman a favor? He just buried it in his heart, waiting for an opportunity. There were only two ways to repay her: to take care of her after death and to fulfill an unfulfilled wish. In the last month or so, Baihua didn't mention her sect. Thus, Lu Xiaoyi knew that the only choice he had was to fulfill his unfulfilled wish. It just so happened that her thoughts were the same as his. He buried this unwillingness deep in his heart and began to reflect on himself. Was he too unrestrained on this journey? Was it because he had restrained himself for too long? Or was it because he couldn't control himself? It didn't seem like it. It was a misunderstanding. True carefreeness shouldn't be like this. If he hadn't left those two female bodhisattvas on the floating raft, at the very least, Baihua's attitude towards him wouldn't be as bad as it was now, right? At the very least, perhaps she would have a story worth remembering, a person worth remembering. If she had a good impression of him, even if the ending was still the same, wouldn't she be happier? Happiness in the heart also included physical happiness. That was not the same. It was a completely different feeling. One was for a purpose, The other was to willingly contribute to the person in her heart. It was not the same. All of this was ruined by him. Just to eat a mouthful of curry, the gains did not make up for the losses. He let a respectable woman live forever in helplessness, not even tasting the things that should have belonged to her. Growth always had a price to pay. It wasn't because you were 1,000 years old and had the cultivation of a true lord that you thought that you were unhindered in the mortal world. Lu Xiaoyi reflected on his mistakes and secretly warned himself that he shouldn't disappoint these good women again. After understanding his mistakes, he began to turn his thoughts to his own cultivation. He needed to do some deep research on the Tao of space for a period of time. The opportunity had already been given to him. The wings of cloud had helped him to pass through the door of space hundreds of times. If he didn't cherish it, then he was asking for trouble. Furthermore, it seemed like the Hung River great cultivators had all experienced similar space journeys and had been on the wings of cloud's little tricks. Then, what could he use from it? Chapter 1536. P.S. This is a debt from last month. I'll pay it back slowly. While I'm at it, I'll ask for a vote. Singh felt like he was sitting on pins and needles in the blue Thailand world. Because Sabrahan had been gone for many years, there was no news at all. This was very abnormal. Of course, he didn't think that Sabrahan would be killed. That was a completely different person. Sabrahan wasn't an ordinary young god of Hung River. He was famous in the Henghe realm, a powerful existence ranked in the top 10 of the entire realm. But Bai Hua's extinguished soul lamp cast a shadow over him. With Sabrahan by her side, how could she lose her life so easily? After this exchange with the fleet from Hung River's strength in the blue Thailand world was replenished. More than 10 people who were supposed to guard the floating raft had to stay in the blue Thailand world because 3 of the 4 primordial spirit cultivators here were killed. The floating raft escorting the wings of cloud also had to be delayed. They had to wait for Sabrahan to return, or else the journey wouldn't be peaceful. This wait lasted for several years, and there was no news at all. Feeling that something was wrong, the people of Hung River directly sent cultivators back to the Henghe realm to ask for more support. Singh was now waiting for news from Hung River. He didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse. This day was already the 20th year after Sabrahan's disappearance. Finally, people from Hung River came. They were all famous young gods. There were 2 of them, Li Taikan and Amir. Normally, young god cultivators of Hung River's orthodoxy had a Chinese character at the end of their names. There was also a primordial spirit follower, Curry. It was just like how a certain country in a certain spacetime liked to call a person with a high reputation and age master. Singh realized that something was wrong and didn't dare to hide it. He told them everything, not daring to exaggerate. Then, from the conversation between the 2 young gods, he found out that Sabrahan was already dead. Amir frowned, his expression grave. Both of you have fought with him before. Do you think that this swordsman has the ability to kill a young god alone? The 2 shook their heads. They weren't overestimating themselves, they really thought so. Curry was very determined. Impossible. The difference isn't just a little bit. I admit that swordsman's ability is above mine, but if I want to leave, he can't do anything to me. Among his opponents, he was basically on par with him. Maybe he was hiding something, but overall, he couldn't be wrong. Because the difference between me and Sabrahan is like the difference between heaven and earth, I don't believe that this swordsman can kill Sabrahan by himself. Singh also said, among the 4 of us in the blue tea realm, 3 of us have been killed by him. But if you analyze it carefully, it's not difficult to see the truth. 2 of them were assassinated, and there was basically no chance for them to confront each other. The other one was also caught off guard. If this person's strength was enough to kill the sun god on his own, there was no reason for him to be so sneaky, and he won't let me go either. But there's one thing I'm sure of. This person is extremely good at sneak attacks. I just don't know if Sabrahan was careless. Amir shook his head. Impossible. The young spirit had the ability to be reborn, so one mistake was nothing. How could he lose his life? There must be some other reason. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. The high priests of Hung River discussed among themselves, but they could not come up with a convincing conclusion. Was there someone behind the scenes? Was the swordsman not acting alone? These were all guesses without any basis. In the end, it was Li Taikan, who had the highest position, who spoke. There's no point in guessing. It's just confusing. We now know that his name is Lu Xiaoyi, Shenyuan swordsman. Then, what is he doing? Is he targeting our Hung River realm? Or is he just passing by? Does he have a specific goal? Where did he go now? It was also difficult to get an accurate answer to his questions. There were no witnesses on the day of the incident. Everything was based on the soul lamps. To them, such guesses were meaningless. After making some arrangements for the Blue Tea realm, the two primordial spirits left to coordinate. Only the two of them were left. Here, only the two of them understood the true intentions of the Hung River realm's higher-ups. The two of them were not here for a short trip. They were here to completely solve the problem. The first was to collect the wings of cloud in the chaos weave and eliminate the resistance. The second was to deal with the swordsman assassin. Amir Han said in a low voice, actually, just by looking at his tracks, Juzian, the beast territory, and the chaos weave are all on the same line. It's very clear that this person is heading towards a goal. He's not just wandering around aimlessly. If we follow this line and add a bit of imagination, then his final destination should be the fifth ring. Li Taikan raised his eyebrows. Fifth ring. He's got guts. This distance would take less than 1,000 years to travel through the origin world. If he went through the inverse space, it would take around 300 years. However, to accurately mark the route in the inverse space is not something an ordinary person can do. Without a strong inverse space ability, taking a shortcut might cause him to take a longer detour. Amir Han explained, this person has such ability, at the very least, Dafar has it. Don't forget, he passed through Juzian and the fifth ring twice. I don't know how this person got on the spiritual treasure, but this treatment is not ordinary. Li Taikan pondered for a long time. The problem is that this person has already been gone for 20 years. With the swordsman's speed, it would be very difficult to catch up in a short time. Moreover, the universe's waterway is not a straight line. It's vast and boundless, so it's impossible to bump into it. I think that we can only wait in a certain region. This region's reputation has to be big enough, so big that he definitely won't miss it. It has to be far enough, so far that we can get there first and not behind him. A star map of the nearby space immediately appeared in Amir Han's mind. The Henghe region had a big plan, especially in the direction of the fifth ring. They had spared no effort in exploring it. This point showed that they had come prepared, so they knew a lot. How about the anchor chain region? The cultivation atmosphere there is very active, and there are many disputes. It's easy to fish in troubled waters. It's 150 years away from here. No matter what happens, we will definitely be able to get there before him. Li Taikan nodded. I was thinking the same thing. This line extends down to some small regions and realms. There's really no guarantee that he will stop there. The anchor chain region is the most likely. This is a long interception. It will take at least 300 to 400 years. The two of us can't go together. The chaos of the chaotic border still needs someone to take care of it. How about this? I'll go to the anchor chain and wait for him. You can take care of the chaotic border here. What do you think? Between the two, Li Taikan's strength was stronger. He was ranked in the top 5 of the young gods in the Henghe region. Amir Han and Sabrahan were both in the top 10. Therefore, if he went, it would undoubtedly be safer. As for the swordsman's ability, the two didn't even discuss it. This was a strong confidence. The swordsman had a historical record of killing young gods, and more than once. However, it was more dependent on the environment, people, and other external factors. In terms of real battle strength, yin gods and yang gods couldn't compare. If they didn't have this much confidence, then their thousands of years of cultivation would be meaningless. Chapter 1537. Amir Khan had a different opinion. Since this person can get the help of the Heaven's Eyes spiritual treasure system, he should be in the Heaven's Eyes. Senior Marshall brother is also in the Heaven's Eyes. Won't you be hindered and restrained? Why don't I go? If I'm not in the Heaven's Eyes, I have nothing to worry about. The Heaven's Eyes can't control the disputes of cultivators in the world. Lee Taikhan smiled. Junior Marshall brother, you only know part of the story. There are too many conflicts within the Heaven's Eyes. Humans, monsters, spiritual treasures, all have their own factions. Especially among humans, there are factions within factions. How can there be so many rules? It's because I'm also in the Heaven's Eyes that I can suppress him in some ways. I can't let him do anything. As for the possible punishment, it's just that. I've served the Heaven's Eyes for 1,000 years. Even if I didn't make any contributions, I still worked hard. He's just a small yin god. Who would really blame a young god for a small loss? The two of them made up their minds and parted ways. Lee Taikhan rushed to the anchor domain at full speed to wait for him. Amir Khan stayed in the chaos weave. This place needed to be cleaned up. Otherwise, with the chaotic universe, there was no guarantee that some people would have other ideas. The Wings of Cloud was very important to the Hung River sect. It was also a guarantee for future battles. If the Hung River sect could go in and out of different dimensions one day, it would be like a sharp sword hanging over the heads of all the major realms in the universe, ready to strike at any time. Lu Xiaoyi's confusion about the distance in the void of the universe was actually a common problem for every cultivator and every force. They all had their own solutions. However, in the Henghe realm, they chose the spatial door of the Wings of Cloud and Sky, an extra-dimensional space. Therefore, this place couldn't be chaotic. For this reason, the Hung River sect invested a lot and sent a young god to guard it. For the Chaos Weave, which didn't have a single young god, this was like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. Lu Xiaoyi didn't run as fast as the people of Hung River sect thought. The people of Hung River sect thought that he would unconsciously speed up and leave after killing someone. This was a normal reaction, but Lu Xiaoyi was a swordsman. To him, wasn't he just a young god? What was there to be surprised about? I will kill even more in the future. In the past 20 years, the areas he had passed through were basically barren land. Let alone humans, there weren't even any demonic beasts or void beasts. Because of the drastic changes in the stellar constellation, this place was a forbidden zone for life. It wasn't suitable for cultivation, and there was no spiritual opportunity to be harvested. Lu Xiaoyi circled around the exploding star, but that wasn't all. He spent a lot of time flying on exploring the Tao of Space and the Spatial Gate. The Tao of Space was becoming more and more important in battles between supremes. It couldn't be delayed any longer. Even the study of the 5 ties was placed behind the Tao of Space. Under such circumstances, how could it be fast? In fact, with the speed of the 2 top young gods in Hung River sect, as long as they tried to catch up, they would definitely be able to catch him within 10 years. But they didn't do so because they didn't understand the swordsman and Lu Xiaoyi. 20 years later, Lu Xiaoyi finally flew out of this barren land and began to enter a domain with cultivation creatures. He began to see sporadic void beasts and demonic beasts. Occasionally, he would meet a human cultivator. Because of the large stellar constellation, this place was completely free from the influence of the Hung River sect. It was truly an independent cultivation environment. This airspace avoided the hustle and bustle of the human cultivation world and drifted away from the mainstream Tao competition. It was not only because of its geographical location, but also because of the limitations of its own strength. In fact, this was the case in most cultivation domains. They didn't have the ability to join as a whole, so they chose to join as individuals. It was very peaceful, just like the cultivation years of the past. Finally, there was less trouble, and his mood began to relax. Lu Xiaoyi didn't stop, but flew through the sky. He didn't know what was going to happen next, and he didn't know what he would face. He just followed his own way, bumping into all kinds of celestial phenomena as he moved forward, constantly enriching himself so that he could be stronger in the future conflicts and live a longer life. Bai Hua gave him life exchange, so he had to live up to her trust. He used a bigger stick and stirred up a bigger shithole. Until the juice was stirred up, maggots emerged, and the fragrance spread all over the world. It had been nearly 300 years since he became a supremacy, and his age had also reached 400 years old. Under the continuous infusion of spiritual opportunity, his cultivation began to gradually move closer to the primordial spirit. But how to take the final step still needed to wait. It wasn't in the dark, but in the solid accumulation of the Tao state. His path to the upper realm had been destined since he became a nascent soul. It was to follow the changes of the universe, the collapse of the great Tao, and the change of epochs. No matter how the universe changed, his own small universe would also change. The advantage was that there was no need to worry about the so-called opportunity in the underworld. That was something that could only be encountered and not sought. If one was lucky, one would be able to catch up to the rhythm. If one was unlucky, one could wait for 1,000 years or even longer and still be unable to do anything. Such a method could be seen and touched and could be looked forward to. It was the accumulation of Tao realm. But was it like when he became a ruler, he had to accumulate 6 more Tao realm or more? He still didn't have a clear understanding of it. There were 36 innate Taos, and if he could gather 6 of them in one go, he could use this method to ascend 6 times. Since he became a monarch, he should have mastered 12 carnate great Taos when he was in the nascent divinity realm and 18 in the young spirit realm. If he ascended to the human immortal realm, he would have mastered 24. In that case, one would become a true immortal when they had 30 carnate great Taos, and golden immortal when they had 36. This was only a theoretical algorithm. There would definitely be errors in actual operation because there were no precedents to follow. They could only feel the stones and cross the river, one step at a time. The only thing he was sure of was that the step of immortal ascension was definitely at the end of the epoch. This was in line with the foundation of the large and small universe. When that time came, all the innate Taos would have collapsed, and the score wouldn't be too clear. It could only be considered as the current situation. Gathering 6 more innate Taos was the minimum requirement, and it couldn't be learned by oneself. For example, the space Tao that he was studying now had nothing to do with the upper realm. It was only related to combat strength. These 6 innate Taos should have been scattered by the collapse of the universe. Only then would it be compatible with the large universe. In other words, the Tai Yi that had collapsed now would continue to collapse in the future with the other 4 Tais and chaos. His upper realm was purely dependent on the heavens for food. He had no choice. If one collapsed every 300 years, he would have to wait at least another 1,500 years. And this was under the condition that he could quickly understand them. This way, at the end of his 3,000 years as a yin god, when he was 2,900 years old, he still had a chance to reach the upper realm. It was the last train again. If the heavens went against him and delayed the collapse of his innate Taos, he, Lu Xiaoyi, could only die at the end of his 3,000 years. P.S. Recommending a book. Book friend Stephen T's No Regrets in This Life. Contribute it to your collection. As for whether you like it or not, that's a matter of personal taste. This can't be forced. It's not easy to be a newbie. If you can help, please help. Thank you. Chapter 1538. P.S. Don't hide your monthly votes during the double period. Old depraved 1,000 votes plus 1 update, starting from 6000. It's a little unpresentable. I don't have much left, so I can only do it as a gesture. Lu Xiaoyi calculated carefully. According to the frequency of the previous carnate great Taos collapsing, he still had hope. The problem was that if he was lucky enough to reach the upper stage of primordial spirit, he would only have a little more than 1,000 years left. Would he have enough time to collapse 6 more? Actually, the crux of the problem was, in Lu Xiaoyi's lifespan, would the change of era come on time? If it came too late, he wouldn't be able to live for that long. If it came too early, he wouldn't be able to reach such heights. Therefore, it was not wrong to say that his current situation depended on the heavens to make a living. If a cultivator's small universe wanted to be compatible with the big universe, this was a risk that had to be taken. To be honest, When he was forming his nascent soul, he didn't understand this at all. At that time, he was just happy to do it, but he didn't expect that after this series of events, there were still countless uncontrollable things waiting for him. Therefore, he could only wait in his current situation. Even if he felt that there was no problem with his cultivation, the most important thing about the upper stage of Yin Soul was not the cultivation. Tai Yi had collapsed when he was brought into the blue sky by Tai Pu Jun. 300 years had passed, and he still couldn't see the traces of these fragments clearly. He didn't even know if his current level of 5 ties was enough to reach the level of being able to sense them. If his level was enough but he couldn't touch it, it would be a waste. If his level wasn't enough, it would be a waste. Other than working hard to enrich himself, he couldn't think of any better way. In the 3 stages of Perfected Lord, there was no essential difference in terms of methods and skills. The Yang Soul was special because it had the ability to be reborn. In other aspects, most of the Yang Soul's skills could be learned by the Yin Soul, but in terms of the Tao realm, it was slightly weak because of the lack of time. Accumulating strength was what he should do now. Before the fragments of the great Tao collapsed, he should work hard to improve himself to a sufficient level. Continue traveling. Comparatively speaking, the human cultivators here were relatively friendlier. During his long journey, Lu Xiaoyi had gained a preliminary understanding of this sky territory. He had also made some friends during his travels. The cultivators here loved to travel, just like him. It was not only the mentality, but also the specific characteristics of this airspace. This was a very large flat space. The universe was 3-dimensional and there was no such thing as flat space. But here, there were a few cultivation realms that existed in a flat space. This was also a creation of nature. Simply put, the void was 3-dimensional, but the dozens of human cultivation realms here were roughly on a platform, like a huge virtual plate floating in the universe. The dozens of cultivation realms were evenly distributed on the plate, and the diameter of the plate was so large that it would take a cultivator decades to fly across it. The cultivators here called the cosmic space they were in the big fruit plate. Slowly, it became an official name to the outside world. Of course, Lu Xiaoyi could choose not to fly in the big fruit platter, but that would mean that it would be very difficult for him to meet human cultivators. Compared to flying alone outside the big fruit platter, he still preferred the more human atmosphere inside the fruit platter. The goodwill of the cultivators here was also the reason why he chose to travel in the fruit platter. Here, it was very easy for unfamiliar cultivators to fly together. It could be a tradition, or it could be history. If everyone put their goal on exploring the universe instead of fighting for the general trend, it would be a perfect cultivation world. In such an atmosphere, he, who was used to the intense tension, began to slowly calm down. The environment changed behavior. When you were in a wolf pack, it was naturally different from being in a deer farm. It was a different experience. At this time, he also naturally switched himself into the state of a free and unfettered cultivator, instead of a swordsman who was ready to draw his sword and draw blood at any time. He had made a lot of friends, and naturally, he had been invited to many realms by his friends. He had changed his previous unruly and unrestrained manner. In the big fruit platter, he was a humorous, polite, and sincere cultivator with a low-key and steady character. Since entering the harmonious big fruit platter, he did not release his flying sword again, because he felt that it would destroy the peaceful world here. Just like the legendary Middle-earth world in his previous life, he liked such an atmosphere very much. In such an atmosphere, cultivation academic research discussions and all kinds of thoughts collided very frequently. In the outside world, cultivators were eager for quick success and instant benefits, looking for ways to improve their combat strength. In here, although improving one's own strength was still the first choice, some basic Great Tao research was not abandoned. Compared to the hustle and bustle outside, the peace here was precious, and the academic atmosphere here was even more precious. Therefore, Lu Xiaoyi naturally flew slower and slower here, immersed in all kinds of discussions and exchanges, especially on the basic Great Tao, including the 5 grands. There was an advantage to this kind of exchange, which was that there was no need to draw swords. Instead, there were all kinds of evolutions. A stone, a mountain, a river, a sky, a star, and an image were all places where the cultivators of the big fruit platter showed their understanding of the universe. Lu Xiaoyi also joined in, enjoying himself. Slowly, he discovered that there was a special reason why the big fruit platter had such a cultivation area. The dozens of human cultivation realms here were relatively average in size. There were no particularly big ones, and no particularly small ones. There was no particularly rich spiritual vigor, and there was no particularly weak one. Basically, they were all maintained at the level of high-class cultivation. In terms of resources, there was no special output. Each realm was self-sufficient. There were no things that had to be obtained from the outside world, and there were also no precious things that everyone fought for. In terms of the distribution of power, Taoism and Buddhism were half and half, and there were also countless unorthodox sects. They could tolerate each other. The Buddhists here were never aggressive, but only cared about their own business. The Taoists here also did not consider themselves to be the rulers of cultivation, and did not rule by doing nothing. To put it nicely, they had seen through the essence of cultivation and were free and unfettered. To put it bluntly, they did not have any big dreams. They stayed in their own places and lived their own lives. This was not a paradise, but there was a hint of rural scenery. In the dozens of realms of the big fruit platter, there were a few scattered young spirit cultivators. Their overall cultivation strength was not bad, but it was far from the real top realms. Here, all the cultivators considered themselves to be a member of the big fruit platter, but they rarely cared about their own realms. This was a very special temperament. This temperament determined their character and development direction. They had no ambitions outside, and they knew very well that their strength was not enough to support them to go out. To them, the outside world was dozens of chicken ribs on a big fruit platter. The spiritual vigor was not bad, but it was far from the top. The realms were not small, but there was a world of difference between them and the real big realms. They did not have the foundation to compete for hegemony. Everything was simple and ordinary. If you touched one, you would be besieged by dozens of others. However, these realms were scattered far away on the big fruit platter. It was like dozens of chicken ribs were placed on a table far away from each other. Would you be willing to stand up and painstakingly attack these chicken ribs under the gaze of countless people? This made the big fruit platter different from the rest. It was just that they were different in a different way. They were different in an ordinary way, so ordinary that you would be too lazy to waste the effort. Chapter 1539. In the big fruit platter, there were still many supremes. Every realm had the strength of a medium-sized realm outside, but they were always one step away. There was no competitive atmosphere, so it was normal for them to stop in front of the young spirit. The people of the big fruit platter didn't care about this. The banana realm was the realm where Lu Xiaoyi was now. Since the whole sky area was called the big fruit platter, of course, each realm was a fruit. There were apples, grapes, papayas, pears, peaches, loquats, strawberries, bananas, pineapples, lemons, and so on. It seemed to be a child's play, but it reflected the characteristics of the people of the big fruit platter. It also implied that this was a big family, close and inseparable. This was definitely not their original name, but if the cultivators reached a consensus, it would become natural. After thousands of years, this was their name, which was not bad. He was not in the banana realm now, because it was a Dharma assembly formed by the origin of the universe, so it was not appropriate to stay in the realm. Instead, he was beside a strange-shaped meteorite outside the apple realm. Everyone was very casual, and there were not so many complicated formalities. There was no opening ceremony, no closing ceremony, and not even a host. There was just a group of people there pointing at a big stone that floated by. It was boring enough. The outside world was not like this, but in the big fruit platter, this was normal. This meteorite was strange. It was not like the normal meteorites floating in the void, which were in the shape of a cylinder. It was riddled with holes, but it did not fall apart. Some cultivators analyzed its composition and found that it had been formed a long time ago. It was also a living fossil that had experienced the changes of countless years. Therefore, when passing through the banana domain, Everyone made an appointment to verify it. This was normal in a cultivation environment with a strong academic atmosphere. By chance, Lu Xiaoyi was dragged here by a new friend. It was also because of the hospitality of the people of the big fruit platter that they wanted to hear the different opinions of the cultivators from the outside world. He didn't have any unusual ideas. To be honest, it was more accurate to say that he was here to steal knowledge than to participate. In terms of basic theory, the cultivators of the fruit platter did indeed have their own set of ideas. This was because they had the time to invest and had the leisure to do so. They did not need to worry about fighting and killing all day long. Different environments led to different directions of cultivation. A Daoist began to shake his head. Between heaven and earth, outside of the Grand Pure One, there is nothing to measure. In the void, there is nothing to measure. There is no heaven and earth, no yin and yang, no sun and moon, no crystal and light, no east and west, no green and yellow, no south and north, no soft and hard, no overturning and carrying, no bad and hidden, no virtuous and saint, no loyal and good, no going and coming, no life and death, no front and back, no front and back, no round and square. 10 billion transformations, vast and mighty, formless and formless, naturally empty and mysterious, extremely difficult to reach, immeasurable and boundless, no higher or lower, no equal or equal, no left or right, naturally superior and inferior. Only I, the Elder Lord, am outside of the emptiness and solitude, in the mysterious void. I see nothing, hear nothing. If there is something to be said, its form cannot be seen. If there is nothing to be said, all things are born from it. Outside of the 8 surfaces, it gradually separates and forms a subtle world. The theory of the fruit platter on the pre-celestial 5 Taishang was extremely rich. Moreover, its insights were exquisite and unique. It was different from the so-called Daoist teachings that Lu Xiaoyi came into contact with. Its perspective was more comprehensive and its research was more thorough. In fact, there were many places like the fruit platter. The universe was vast and full of wonders. Not all cultivators and orthodoxes were fighting and killing each other. It was not his luck to encounter a place like the fruit platter. In fact, no matter which direction he flew in, he would eventually encounter such a place. It was only a matter of time. It was not just a verbal attack, it was also practical. For example, there was a Daoist who casually grabbed a space meteorite and accelerated the transformation of the 5 Taishang Fu and form on the meteorite according to his own understanding. After a series of processes, there was actually some divine essence of the creator. There was something even more impressive. He could directly take a piece of the meteorite and push it against the 5 ties. The pure transformation of the Tao realm, without the slightest bit of artificial force, could also push this meteorite from a material state to a material state, 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 from a material state to a material state. In theory, if such a method was used in battle, the opponent would eventually become an indescribable mass. However, this was only in theory. Because it took too much time and there were too many choices, it was actually not suitable for battle. In this time, Lu Xiaoyi had already killed hundreds and thousands of insects. Although it could not be used in battle, the things that it represented could not be faked. Only in a place like the Big Fruit Plate, the Taoists would put their energy in these seemingly useless directions. It was also a part of cultivation. It could even be said that it was the real part. There were different opinions and it was very carefree. To these Taoists, the things that could be obtained from such a method were far more tempting than the things that could be obtained from a battle of life and death. At the end, there was a Daoist who looked at Lu Xiaoyi, guessed from afar, "Why are you silent? If you have seen something, why don't you tell us everything? Who here can laugh at you?" Lu Xiaoyi was very ashamed. The outside world is bloody and cruel. There is very little understanding of these basic Tao. As a member, I have always held the attitude of learning. It is a great blessing to be able to listen to the words of experts. Outside, it is a secret that is not passed on. How can I listen to it? But a moment of listening will not solve a lifetime of confusion. I am clumsy and slow in thinking. There are many things that I do not understand. Later, I wonder if I can trouble you to pass it on in a book. The void is lonely and the night is long. Reading as we travel can also relieve the loneliness. This was an attitude. Those who like to study the basic Tao would not keep it to themselves. On the contrary, they were also very willing to let their own theories spread out into the universe. If the reason was not clear, the Tao would not be clear. The true truth still required constant collision, debate, and elimination of the wheat and the wheat. Therefore, Lu Xiaoyi's attitude was very likable. This was also his two-sided nature. In front of a true scholar, he was willing to forever be a primary school student. Suddenly, dozens of jade slips were thrown over. Being a teacher was also human nature. Although it was very difficult to go out and fight for hegemony in the universe and stir up a storm, if they could give a foreign guest a basic theoretical lesson, everyone was still very willing. These jade slips were not ordinary. They were not the rigid things of the orthodoxy, but the true thoughts of a cultivator, the experience. They were not mature, but also the most daring. They were unproven, but also the most thoughtful. They obtained it so easily. What was there to be dissatisfied with? Chapter 1540. Lu Xiaoyi clasped his hands in front of his chest, immediately revealing his vulgarity. If you want to talk about reasoning, I can't say anything. Everything that can be said and thought has been said by all the virtuous sages, so I won't follow their wisdom. But looking at this meteorite, its shape is very lewd and coincides with the Tao of life and reproduction. Is it just a coincidence? Or is there some other reason? Lu Xiaoyi's view of observing the meteorite from its outer appearance was not mocked by others, because in the concept of these Taoists, outer appearance was also an intrinsic part, even if this kind of thinking was actually a little strange. Of course, they would not have thought that this was a deep impression left by Lu Xiaoyi after seeing the so-called Lin Jiaxiang of the Henghe boundary. But to them, this was indeed a part that was overlooked. Some cultivators even said that they would study this aspect carefully after returning. Was it a joke, or did they take it seriously? It was a very pleasant exchange. Compared to those so-called battles that were easily fought, this was a different style. Junior brother Yang, do you have anywhere to go after this spiritual conference? I see that you are very interested in the fundamental Tao. There are many similar spiritual conferences in the Big Fruit Platter. Do you want me to recommend a few more? I guarantee that you will be satisfied. The one who spoke was one of his new friends, a Yin Master Supreme surnamed Huang. His nickname was Huang Daxian, but it was a joke, and he did not care about it. Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. Coming to a new space, even as arrogant as he was, it was not good to use the name Lu Xiaoyi. This name was now very recognizable in the universe, and as time passed, it would spread further and further. It was hard to say whether it would not spread to places like the Big Fruit Platter. There was no need for that. He did not want to be secretive, nor did he want to be ostentatious. Thus, he picked up the cigarette butt. It was better to be low-key, there were so many enemies. No need, right? There are so many spiritual conferences in the Big Fruit Platter. If I attend one by one, the next round will start before the end of the first round. Even if I spend my whole life here, I won't be able to listen to all of them. Don't tempt me. My wife and children are waiting for me at home. If I believe you, I can forget about leaving the Big Fruit Platter in my life. Spiritual conferences were very useful. But he had to know when to stop. Otherwise, he would really become like the fruit platter cultivators. That was not his goal. Competition was in his blood. It was good to experience such a life once, but he couldn't indulge in it. Otherwise, he would lose himself. Would his sword still be sharp? The key to understanding the 5 ties and other basic carnate great Taoes was still oneself. What was written by others was still written by others. One could learn from it and not copy it. The best way to learn from it was to open one's own train of thought. Of course, they also knew that this friend from afar was just passing by. It was impossible for him to stay here forever. Over the long years, countless cultivators had passed through here, but in the end, very few of them stayed. Different cultivation environments meant that they were destined to walk different paths. No one could force anyone to follow them. Another friend, Qing Liu, gave him a pertinent suggestion. Junior brother Yang is right. You've participated in quite a few Dharma gatherings along the way, so you can't ask for everything. In the Big Fruit Bowl, most of these Dharma gatherings are similar, so there's no need to miss out on all of them. However, the most special, the most interesting, and the most unique, must not be missed. Otherwise, if you leave the Big Fruit Bowl, you'll never encounter one in your life. Lu Xiaoyi looked at their expressions. It seemed like they were hinting at something. Then tell me, what's so special about it? Let me say this first, I'm also a frequent visitor to the universe and have seen the world. Don't try to fool me with those ordinary things. More than a month later, the few of them started their journey. They deviated from Lu Xiaoyi's route, but he didn't mind. He was just going to watch the fun. After all, it was the goodwill of his friends. It was like going to a strange place that he had never been to before, and his local friend wanted to show him the most famous place in the area. How could he refuse? Qing Liu explained to him along the way, the Big Fruit Bowl has 36 human cultivation realms, which coincides with the number of Big Dipper. Among them, 35 are more normal. Like the banana realm, there's nothing special about them. However, there's another realm called the nut realm. It's extremely special. Even if the people in this realm are successful in cultivation, they can't fly. They can only jump and can't step out of the realm. What's more strange is that not only can the people in the realm not come out, people outside can't enter either. That's why it's called the nut realm. Lu Xiaoyi was very curious. Is it the spatial barrier? Or is there some other reason? Qing Liu nodded. It's the spatial power. However, it's a mutated spatial power. Normal spatial Tao can't solve it. Not only can the young spirit cultivators of the Big Fruit Bowl not solve it, even the foreign young spirit cultivators who occasionally pass by can't solve it. I've heard that in history, there were half-immortals who passed by the nut realm and couldn't solve this problem. Gradually, they could only let it be. Lu Xiaoyi was no longer a layman in the spatial Tao. He knew a lot about its basic principles. To maintain a realm's spatial barrier and maintain it all the time, the energy consumption is not small. Didn't you think of a way from this aspect? Qing Liu shook his head. The energy supply comes from the depths of the nut realm's core. We outsiders can't help. This spatial barrier not only prevents creatures from entering and exiting, but even information can't be transmitted in. Of course, it can't be transmitted out from the inside. Every 300 years, when the 36 realms in the Big Fruit Bowl move to a special relative position, there will be some kind of resonance between the 36 realms. It's also the only time the nut realm can have limited contact with the outside world. Lu Xiaoyi listened quietly. He could also feel that, just like when he was in the beast territory, these guys were going to ask him about something difficult. This was the habit of cultivators. They didn't tell you everything, but first pulled you to have a look. Although he didn't like this method, since he was in this cultivation world, he had to adapt to these things. Fortunately, he had a good impression of the many realms in the Big Fruit Bowl. If it was within his power, he didn't mind lending a hand. Qing Liu explained in detail. The energy comes from the depths of the nut realm's core, but for some reason, it shields the entire realm. We can see it, we can feel it, but we can't enter it. However, it's a member of the Big Fruit Bowl. This is a fact. 36 are gang, and 35 are nothing. Therefore, we've never regarded the nut realm as an alien. For tens of thousands of years, we've thought of many ways, but none of them have succeeded. We can only treat it as a kind of astronomical phenomenon. However, in the past 1,000 years, there have been some changes in the nut realm that have endangered the survival of humans in the realm. This is also the reason why we're uneasy. Chapter 1541. Qing Liu's voice was somewhat helpless. Since the formation of the Big Fruit Platter Alliance, more than 10,000 years have passed. Every 300 years, when the domain resonates, we will send people to rush over in advance and try to get in touch with the people in the nut realm. This kind of contact is actually very limited because we still can't really go in. But because of the resonance, we can establish a third space between the outer and inner realms and have limited contact. Contact must be made by the people in the inner realms. For them, because they never knew that humans can fly, they send a request to the outside world in a way that invites gods. And we appear in the third space that they can see as gods and have limited communication. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. You're just pretending to be gods and ghosts, right? You're being so reserved. Do we have to offer you virgin boys and girls? I was wondering why the houses in your realms were abnormally sturdy and there were very few tall buildings. So it's to prevent earthquakes. Qing Liu shook his head. Junior brother Yang, don't make fun of us. We don't want to pretend to be gods. We're all in the Big Fruit Platter, so who's more noble than who? You've been here for so many years, so you should know the character of us Big Fruit Platter people. We won't pretend to be superior to others. But if there's a realm where their cultivators can't fly, can't go out of the atmosphere, can't see the real void of the universe, and can't come into contact with the outside world of cultivation, then they will naturally think that the cultivators outside, like us who can fly, are gods who have descended to the mortal world. We can't control this, so over time, we just let it be. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. That's understandable. This is the humans' yearning for flight and freedom. After a long time, it became a belief. Gods only appear because of ignorance. They will never think that the so-called gods are actually humans who pretend to be gods. What's the crisis you're talking about? Qing Liu was a bit solemn. 1,000 years ago, in our routine of pretending to be gods and ghosts, oh no, in the routine contact that happens once every 300 years, we discovered that a new species appeared in the nut realm. It appeared very abruptly. According to our judgment, it was a foreign species that was brought in through the transmission of energy from the Earth's core. This was because these creatures had never appeared in the nut territory before. They were very strange creatures. Some of them looked like Zerg. There were all kinds of insects, but they could not fly. They had tough skin and thick flesh, and they were not afraid of death. They moved by instinct. The sudden appearance of the earth crawlers 1,000 years ago dealt a heavy blow to the humans of the nut world. At that time, it was thanks to the fruit plate cultivators who were disguised as immortals in the third space that they were able to exert their influence through spells. Coupled with the resistance of the nut world's natives, we were able to withstand it. Lu Xiaoyi said, ground crawlers? Was he really unable to fly? Or is it the special environment of the nut world that limits their ability to fly? Qing Liu blushed with shame. Ground crawlers are what we call them because we don't know what to call them. They weren't sure if it was Zerg, because no Zerg had ever attacked this area, and no one had seen Zerg before, so it was hard to say. As for their inability to fly, our judgment was that it was due to the special environment of the nut world, not a problem with their own abilities. If the special restrictions of the nut world were removed one day, I think both the earth crawlers and the native humans would be able to fly, right? Lu Xiaoyi asked, in the nut world, did the earth crawlers and humans coexist? Qing Liu smiled bitterly. How could they coexist? The earth crawlers were bloodthirsty, and their invasion was non-stop. It was a life and death relationship. The first time it appeared, we, the so-called immortals from the outside, and humans were tenacious. We finally drove the earth crawlers back to the depths of the Earth's core, but we couldn't eradicate them because we couldn't go down into the realm. Those native cultivators didn't have such ability, But the strange thing was that after the earth crawlers returned to the depths of the earth's core, they never appeared again. It wasn't until 300 years later that all the realms of the fruit plate resonated again. Qing Liu still had a lingering fear. Because we were already vigilant, the cultivators of the fruit plate who pretended to be immortals all had a certain level of fighting power. You don't know this, but because we could only interfere with the nut world from a third space, the power of our spells was reduced. Plus, we weren't very good at fighting in the first place. This time, there were more earth crawlers than the first time, and they were even stronger. The natives in the nut world were also prepared. They fought together with our companions who went in. It was very difficult, and they guarded the humans' border by a hair's breadth. This was the second time, and then the third time, which was 300 years ago. Because we knew the location of the earth crawlers' surprise attack, we began to choose suitable people from the fruit plate in advance for the last time. We even invited foreign cultivators to participate. This was the fourth time. According to the earth crawlers' characteristics, each time they attacked, the humans in the fruit plate were in danger of being overturned, but we couldn't do anything about it. This was the reason why we invited junior brother Yang to the nut world. Qing Liu and the others had been in contact with Lu Xiaoyi for a long time. In the beginning, they did meet by chance, and they had similar temperaments, so they could talk to each other. However, after several years of contact, they slowly found that this passerby guest was somewhat different. Some temperaments could not be hidden from others, especially for someone like Lu Xiaoyi who had experienced countless life-and-death situations. His temperament had been deeply engraved in the depths of his soul. His every move, every word, and every action would naturally reveal it inadvertently. In the several years of traveling together, when faced with complicated astronomical phenomena and the occasional attack of void beasts, the indifference in his indifference was completely different among the cultivators of the fruit plate. Even if he deliberately kept a low profile, he couldn't completely eliminate his essence. In fact, the people of the fruit plate weren't unfamiliar with this kind of cultivator. Many outsiders who passed by the fruit plate often had this kind of temperament. Although they didn't know his background, or even what the orthodoxy was, they knew that this was a strong cultivator who had survived in the cruel outside world. There was no mistake. Lu Xiaoyi also knew that the problem was with himself. This sharpness of his body couldn't be hidden just because he wanted to. It required the polishing of time, and it required a truly ordinary state of mind. It wasn't something that could be thrown into the crowd and become ordinary if he wanted to. However, it didn't matter. He had learned the basic Tao techniques of others, so it was only right for him to repay something. At least he could feel at ease in his heart. Since the nut world is blocked from the outside, where did the orthodoxy in this world come from? How do they cultivate? They can't just build a cart behind closed doors, right? Qing Liu smiled. It's the orthodoxy that was thrown in by the cultivators of the other realms in the fruit plate. The nut world was discovered tens of thousands of years ago, and there seemed to be spiritual opportunity inside. Therefore, the other realms, in order to help them, would randomly bestow upon them various orthodoxies when they invited the gods. There were Taoists, Buddhists, and all sorts of other orthodoxies. At that time, it was also to let them have the power to protect themselves. However, countless orthodoxies were thrown in, but only the body cultivation orthodoxy took root and sprouted. Perhaps it was because of the environment and race, but other orthodoxies simply couldn't be learned. Chapter 1542. As they hurried forward, Lu Xiaoyi more or less understood the reason behind the farce of the fruit platter inviting the gods. The Nut People's God invitation was a tradition that started about 10,000 years ago. At the beginning, it was for the good weather and peace of the country. This was a normal need in the human world. Since they couldn't leave the universe, they needed some kind of spiritual sustenance. This was the origin of the religion. In addition, there would be an earthquake every 300 years. Of course, the natives didn't understand that this was a natural phenomenon that occurred when the 36 cultivation realms of the fruit platter moved to a certain position. It wasn't that they did anything wrong. They didn't understand, so they could only place their fear in the unseen and ask for the blessings of the heavens. Most importantly, they really did receive the blessings of the heavens. At the very least, a god appeared. A god appeared in a shadowy third space. He had all the potential of a god. He could fly, he could summon clouds and rain, he could also pass down some lofty words. He could only be seen but not touched. He was high and mighty. This slowly became a tradition. Every 300 years, the nut people would invite their own gods. After 10,000 years, they found that they could invite a total of 35 gods and no more. Although they didn't understand the reason behind it, it became a habit. Later, each race had their own gods. Each profession also had their own gods. For example, the god of battle, the god of forging, the god of farming, the god of cooking, the god of 4 seasons, the god of wind and moon, etc. There were no rules. From the beginning, it was a mess. Later on, it became more casual. Because these gods were more gentle, they encouraged people to unite and help each other. Therefore, the humans in the nut realm lived a more harmonious life. Wars rarely happened. Big disputes were often resolved through the god invitation once every 300 years. In the eyes of the nut people, the place where the gods lived was a peaceful paradise on earth. However, they didn't know that it was just a bunch of laughing cultivators from the fruit platter pretending to be gods. For these cultivation realms of the fruit platter, every 300 years, they would casually send a true monarch to make up a story. Because of the isolation of the third space, how could the nut people know that they didn't invite a god every 300 years? Because of the favorable weather in the domain, such invitations became a joyous ceremony. The inviters treated it as a festive occasion, while the inviters treated it indifferently and went through the motions. It wasn't until the appearance of the crawling insects 1,000 years ago that the real test began. Not only was the combat ability of the natives tested, but it was also the ability of the heavenly deities they invited. Every great fruit plate realm can enter a third space, and then pretend to be a god. Is that so? Speaking of which, what are gods like? Can one of you give me a demonstration? The banana people giggled. In the history of the nut world, cultivators from the outside world like them actually had the opportunity to spread knowledge of the outside world to the natives of the nut world, but they didn't know why no one had done this for tens of thousands of years. Perhaps, there was also a sense of satisfaction in being regarded as a god. Since they couldn't come out anyway, they might as well maintain their yearning for the outside world. Why should they break their worship of the gods? Lu Xiaoyi thought of another question. Then, who can tell me, which god does our banana world play in the eyes of the nut man? Or does it not have a specific godhead, and it's whoever we bump into? Qing Liu didn't speak. Huang Daxian stammered, 10,000 years ago, when we started inviting gods, it didn't matter. It was whichever realm the cultivators bumped into. In fact, they couldn't recognize us. Later on, it was a little chaotic. After everyone discussed it, it was better to fix the heavenly deities played by each realm. It would be continuous and would also prevent chaos. Thus, each realm had its own fixed identity of a heavenly deity. Lu Xiaoyi waited for a long time, but no one told him the specific godhead of the banana world, so he laughed. Not talking. I know. Our godhead doesn't sound very nice. Huang Daxian was a little embarrassed. Our banana world joined the Great Fruit Plate Alliance a little late, so the nice-sounding and important godhead with a wide range of believers have been taken by other realms. In the end, when it came to us, there was only the godhead of rebirth left. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. Godhead of rebirth. That's very nice. Isn't it important? It's very awesome. Is there a problem? Is it worth it for you to be so secretive? Qing Liu chimed in, junior brother Yang, there are some things that you can't understand from a literal point of view. You don't know, but after we passed down the cultivation orthodoxy, the natives of the nut world finally chose the body meridian system that was most suitable for them. They also have some talent in the path of body cultivation. Most people in the world, regardless of gender, can basically enter the body cultivation path from birth. At the very least, they can reach the foundation establishment level. However, there are an extremely small number of people who can't even pass the minimum threshold of body cultivation. They are the type with the least cultivation potential and are seen as outliers in the realm. You also know that they have never lived in a cultivation world and don't know about the protection that cultivation realms give to mortals. Therefore, this extremely small number of people are in a difficult situation. Lu Xiaoyi nodded lightly. Humans were like this. If only a small number of people in a group had special abilities, they would often be able to bear the responsibility of protecting the entire group. However, if a large number of people in a group had special abilities and only a small number of people didn't, then this small number of people would be seen as a burden, and trash. They would affect the survival of the entire group and even the next generation. Those with damaged bloodlines and genes would be looked down upon. The nut world didn't have any contact with the outside world. Of course, they didn't know that being able to cultivate didn't mean everything. Without the help of the Great Fruit Plate Alliance and other realms, these so-called ability users were actually no different from trash. In a relatively closed realm, humans couldn't avoid some bad habits in their development. It was the same everywhere. If there were cultivators to guide them and they had enough vision of the outside world, this kind of situation would be very difficult to occur. Unfortunately, the nut world didn't have that. Qing Liu sighed. During the process of inviting the gods every 300 years, us impersonators would heavily remind them not to bully their own kind. It's not a big deal that they can't cultivate their body. This world needs all kinds of skills and cultivation isn't the only one. As a result, these extremely small number of people who can't cultivate can still survive. It's just that it's a bit more difficult and we can't do anything about it. There are people at the bottom everywhere. We've eliminated this kind of discrimination, but that kind of discrimination will still appear. Originally, all of this was a realm's evolution process, but the appearance of the earth crawlers intensified this kind of discrimination. This is because in the resistance against the earth crawlers, the only criterion is whether or not you have a strong body. For 300 years, we didn't have the time to remind them to pay attention to the living conditions of ordinary people who can't cultivate their body. Once they enter, it's a battle, from beginning to end. You can imagine the pressure these ordinary people face to survive in this kind of worldwide battle. We entered the Great Fruit Plate Alliance relatively late, so in the final distribution of the God's Protection Group, we were assigned to this special group. Why is it called the God of Rebirth? It's because these people want to be reborn as soon as possible and get rid of their current predicament of being powerless. Chapter 1543. P.S. Double the last day at the end of the month. The ticket will be invalid once it expires. Old Fallen is still dangling in the dangerous 48th place. Everyone, help him and push him forward. Lu Xiaoyi and the group of banana people had been flying for 5 or 6 years. They all knew how big the fruit platter was. The only consolation was that although their course had deviated, at least they weren't flying backward and going back the way they came. They chatted and laughed along the way and didn't feel too much pressure. On the way, they also met chestnut people, apple people, and sweet potato people. Well, it seemed reasonable to treat sweet potatoes as a kind of fruit here. There were at least a few cultivators from each realm. There were Yin Soul cultivators and Origin Soul cultivators, but the difference wasn't that big. Once they were chosen to enter the nut realm, they would enter a third space that was neither in the inner realm nor the outer realm. They would be able to cast spells from afar to help the nut realm. Due to the special nature of the third space, if you wanted to display more combat power, the direction of your spells was more important than your cultivation level. This was also the reason why the banana people dragged Lu Xiaoyi here. Cultivators like them who fought for their lives outside might not have basic theories, but their combat power was definitely good. When Lu Xiaoyi finally saw the nut realm, he realized that in the entire Fruit Platter Alliance, this was actually the smallest realm. It was pitifully small, not even as small as the smallest of the 3,000 little Lu in Zhuxian. The reason why such a realm was passively recognized as one of the Fruit Platter Alliance was largely because of the number of 36 heavenly spirits. Cultivators believed in this very much. Moreover, when the 36 realms moved to a certain position and formed a certain totem pattern, there would be an obvious vibration linkage. It was a real cause and effect. They had to admit it. How many people are there? Are there tens of millions? Qing Liu replied, the nut realm is mostly barren. The actual habitable area is much smaller than imagined. There might only be 1 or 2 million people. Looking down from the sky, they could clearly see the human activities in the realm. Regardless of gender, old or young, high or low, they all seemed to be gathering in one place. A stone mountain on the prairie. Why do they all have to come out, including the babies in swaddling clothes? Qing Liu sighed. Because among the 36 fruit plate realms, the nut realm is the one that shakes the most during the earthquake that occurs once every 300 years. At that time, all buildings would cease to exist, whether they were made of bricks, wood, or even underground. Therefore, there was actually no place to hide. Only by gathering together, regardless of gender or age, would it be easier to protect them. If they were scattered, they would only be attacked by the swarm one by one. Of course, it's also because they don't have many people. If they really have tens of millions of people, how can they organize? What's the sign of the end of the battle with the reptiles? Kill them all? Or some other way? Lu Xiaoyi asked. Qing Liu said seriously, so far, we only know one way. It was to ensure that the human race would not collapse and be completely wiped out before the earthquake ended. These crawling insects were very strange. They would only appear during the earthquake for about 10 days. When the earthquake was over, they would burrow into the ground and disappear without a trace. We can't go in, so we don't know if they'll hibernate and wait for 300 years, or if they'll retreat through some tunnel. We also don't know if the crawling insects will be able to openly occupy the realm after the human race has been wiped out. Or if the human race is strong enough to completely wipe them out, they won't come again. We've only experienced 3 waves of crawling insects before, so there are many things we don't know. Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. Perhaps there was no other way. Because they couldn't enter the realm, many things couldn't be investigated on the spot, and many methods couldn't be used. With the nut realm's physical meridian ability, they couldn't do the theoretical analysis that could only be done with the Dharma meridian. There was a large group of cultivators surrounding the realm, and their group quickly joined in. Here, Lu Xiaoyi quickly figured out the procedure of pretending to be a god. The general process was that after the earthquake began, crawling insects would gradually appear. At this time, the nut realm's natives could start a ritual to invite a god. Their wishes would be transmitted to the divine realm through some mysterious method. Well, it was actually the void outside the realm, inviting the gods they believed in to pray for blessings. In the past, they prayed for blessings, but now they were asking for help. The third space was actually built by the natives through the power of their visions. In fact, it had nothing to do with the gods. How long the space could last depended entirely on the strength of the nut realm's natives' faith. Among the 35 gods, those who came early and had a wide audience could last longer in the third space, but those who weren't particularly eye-catching could last shorter. This had nothing to do with the strength of the gods, but only the intensity of the natives' visions. Historically, the one with the strongest vision was the first god to appear in the nut realm, the god of the hunt in the apple realm. In the early days of human development, hunting was the simplest and most direct way of survival, so it had a wide audience. Now, with the threat of the crawling insects, the god of the hunt was even more revered. His third space could often last as long as 7 or 8 days, while the others could last for as long as 3 or 4 days. The one with the fewest audience who lasted for as long as 1 day was the god of rebirth. It wasn't that they didn't believe in the gods, but these ordinary people who didn't have the ability to resist had been eaten by the insects. Since there was no one left, what kind of vision could they have? Qing Liu explained, when the vision arrives, the target will be the corresponding god's realm. For example, if those mortals who can't cultivate their bodies open their vision, they will choose a god among us banana cultivators. Everyone here will leave their god name in their vision and let them choose for themselves. That's about the procedure. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. I thought you pulled me here just to push me in. How many choices do you have? If that's the case, you can't blame me if I can't get in, right? Qing Liu said helplessly, Junior brother Yang, you know very well that in the cultivation realm, it's taboo to only give one choice when communicating between mortals and cultivators. This is against the rules of the heavenly Tao. You have to give people the right to choose. Only then can you show the diversity of the heavenly Tao. How about this? There are 4 of us here, and we all have God names. You can also make a random one so that people can choose. Was this the name of the dish? Lu Xiaoyi knew very well why they didn't show their real names and had to make God names. In fact, they didn't want to get involved in karma. After all, this kind of thing couldn't be done in public. It was okay to make a joke, but if they showed their real names, it would be easy to be used against them. How could an insignificant human cultivator like you become a god and accept the faith of ignorant believers? What are your god names? Are they randomly chosen? Do they need to be consistent? Qing Liu pointed at the cultivators from the mountain Jujube realm. Look at them. Their god names are Zhennan Mountain, Pingjia Mountain, Chuyun Mountain, because there are many mountains in the mountain Jujube realm. Over there in the watermelon realm, because of the developed water system, they are called weak water god, heavenly water god, Luo water god. In our banana realm, mine is Vaseline, yellow immortal is Formalin, and there's also wild bamboo forest. Vaseline? Formalin? Wild boar forest? What kind of nonsense was this? Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. Why do they all have the word Lin? Qing Liu explained, because our banana realm has the highest forest coverage. Chapter 1544. Juma Plain, Whitestone Mountain, these were the most solid places in the world. They didn't think so before, but ever since the insects appeared, this place had become the last stronghold of humanity. Because they had already experienced it 3 times, before the earthquake arrived, the entire world's population began to gather at Gemahara. They brought their families, the elderly and the young, the most basic necessities, and buried the most valuable things at home. They traveled thousands of miles to the last human stronghold, Whitestone Mountain. There might be some old people who couldn't travel far and stayed in their hometowns, but that was only a small portion. Most of the people here had strong bodies and cultivated body techniques. A journey of thousands of miles was nothing to them. They lived in a strange world. Every 300 years, there would be earthquakes, collapsing buildings, and shifting mountains and rivers. Now, there was an insect infestation. It was said that the world wasn't like this 1,000 years ago, but no one knew why it had become like this. Preparations had already begun a few years ago. Those who were powerful, influential, and wealthy had already arranged for their families, forces, and friends to come over. Thus, the current Whitestone Mountain, which was not very high, was actually a pyramid that represented everyone's identity. The Whitestone Mountain was not tall, only 1,000 feet tall. However, it had a strong foundation. The mountain was 1,000 feet tall, but the base of the mountain had a radius of 1,000 feet. It was not a mountain, but a slightly taller stone platform. The stone base was extremely deep, so for thousands of years, even if the world had quaked hundreds of times, this mountain had never shaken. It only felt the tremors as a whole, but there was no sign of it collapsing. Right now, the only difference between each person's identity on Whitestone Mountain was which area you could stay in. The central area was where only the noblest people in the world could stay. Who was the noblest? It was someone who could cultivate their body to the extreme, someone who could tear apart tigers and bears, someone who had the strength to pick up a mountain. In fact, from the perspective of the outer realm cultivators, only a small portion of people who could barely reach the level of a true lord could stay in the central area. The people here held the power to summon gods among the 35 gods. They were the core that decided the direction of the battle. Wherever they looked, that place would be safe. Otherwise, that place would be food for the crawlers. The central area was a bit worse. Strength, power, and wealth, you had to have one. They had the authority to summon 5 or 6 heavenly deities, so they had considerable strength. The elite area was much wider, and the composition was much more complicated. However, they were all people who were doing well in this world. They had strength but were not at the top. They had authority but were restrained. Even if they had money, They could only entertain themselves. They were the elite class, and also the main force in the fight against the crawlers. The people in the outer regions were the most numerous. In this world, there were close to 2 million people, and 1,500,000 of them belonged to this category. They could cultivate physical techniques, but they stopped at the foundation establishment stage. This was because those who could reach the Jindan stage were all elites. In times of peace, they were the cornerstone of this world. In times of war, they were the largest group of cannon fodder. Although they were standing at the very front of the crawlers, they were still standing on white stones. They were barely within the range of Whitestone Mountain. If a fight really broke out, the elite forces of this world would occasionally cast their gazes over here and provide support without much thought. The only thing they could rely on was the 3 or 4 divine powers, and they had to use them at the most crucial moments. They didn't dare to be rash. However, there were people who were even more miserable than them. They were those who couldn't cultivate their physical techniques and had no achievements in their lives. They couldn't reach the foundation establishment stage even if they cultivated their bodies for their entire lives. They were seen as burdens, trash, and a burden. They didn't even have the qualifications to stand on white stones. They could only form a camp in a certain direction beside Whitestone Mountain, hoping to receive help from the main body of this world when the war began. It was very humiliating, but it was better than staying in their hometown and being eaten by the crawlers. At least here, they had a chance to struggle. In the outer regions, they belonged to the low level of physical cultivators. They were identified as those who didn't have any potential for cultivation. There were a total of 100,000 people. They wandered alone in a corner of Whitestone Mountain, waiting for their tragic fate. These people had suffered more and more miserably in each of the 3 waves of crawlers. The first time, no one was prepared. They were the weakest, so of course, they suffered heavy casualties. The second time, everyone was somewhat prepared, but it wasn't enough. They weren't sure if they could use Whitestone Mountain as a base of resistance. They were still the biggest victims. The third time, everyone gathered at Whitestone Mountain, but they couldn't squeeze in. They became live targets in the outer regions. Almost all of them were wiped out. 300 years was enough for these leaks to grow a few more waves. At the very least, it proved that being unable to cultivate was not entirely a matter of bloodline, but a matter of probability. Among them, they were basically engaged in lowly professions, such as construction and doctors. Why was construction a lowly profession? Because no matter how much you built, you couldn't avoid the earthquake that happened once every 300 years. It would still shake you down and start all over again. Why were doctors lowly? Because everyone cultivated. If you were sick, it meant that you couldn't cultivate. Because of this, the traditions of normal mainstream society were completely reversed. This was the disadvantage of everyone being able to cultivate. In the face of the crawler wave, they were the first batch of people to be abandoned. In this world, just like Whitestone Mountain's arrangements, layer after layer of sacrifices, the noblest people were left behind in the end. You couldn't resist. Because you were in the minority. You were a vine, you had to rely on a tree. But they were still organized. Because the characteristic of humans was that when they were snobbish to the extreme, heroes of resistance would appear. The heroes were a group of physical cultivators at the level of Yuaniing. They weren't as scheming as perfected lords. When they stood up, they wouldn't be suppressed by their own circles. After all, they were strong. They were relatively young. They had their own thoughts. There would never be a lack of such existences among humans, just like there would never be a lack of spies when an enemy invaded. There were about 200 to 300 of these people. There were Yuaniing and Jindan. They didn't hold much weight in the entire world's cultivation system. They didn't affect the foundation of the ruling class, and they could also show the sympathy of high-level powerhouses. Therefore, to a certain extent, they also obtained some recognition. It was also because of this group of people that they could possibly have a place at the edge of Whitestone Mountain. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have been able to obtain such a place. They didn't organize this group of people to achieve some goal of eliminating crawlers. How was that possible? These people couldn't even cut through the crawler's shell. They only wanted to prove that this world had human feelings. There were also people who were truly compassionate and would care about their survival, even if they were indeed trash. Chapter 1545. The three leading the group were Yuaniing. They couldn't be considered to be from any orthodoxy, as they were all things thrown down by the so-called gods from the fruit platter thousands of years ago. They were all jumbled together, and no one knew which god's orthodoxy they had learned from. In any case, the gods themselves didn't care. Feng Linghan was a man of striking appearance, and his actions were graceful. He was a distinguished and elegant character. In the orthodoxy of body meridians, there weren't many who could cultivate to such a level and still maintain such a graceful posture. He looked disdainfully at White Rock Mountain behind him, and said righteously, "A bunch of scoundrels, only knowing how to hide on the mountain and watch. What a waste of your physique, yet you don't even dare to face a few insect." Standing beside him was a standard burly body cultivator. He was 9 feet tall, with a leopard head and hoop ears. His upper body was bare, revealing his iron-like muscles. On his back was a huge machete, majestic and murderous. There are more than a few insect. Even if you want to show your fearlessness, you don't need to use such a method, right? The people on White Rock Mountain are indeed cowards, but at least they know how to count. His name was Long Xiong. Although he was also standing here, he had no feelings towards the sissy beside him. They were competitors. The goal of the competition was the third place, Yuaniing, a delicate and pretty girl, Qi Xiaomai. There was no dual cultivation here, but there were feelings. As a rare female body cultivator, Yuaniing, being able to reach this step and still maintain her feminine charm was rare in this world. It was precisely because she was rare that she attracted countless prying eyes. Unfortunately, this girl was different from the rest. Although she was Yuaniing and had the strength to stay in the central ring district, she never showed her disdain. However, she had never bothered to show her status in the central ring district. Since the day she started cultivating, she had been in close contact with these so-called powerless cultivators. Among the cultivators who helped these good-for-nothings, there were many who really wanted to win her favor because of their own ideals. Not only were there Yuaniing cultivators, but there were also Jindan cultivators. Trapped in this world for tens of thousands of years, without any contact with the outside world, without any knowledge or hope, the cultivators here should not be called cultivators. Their state of mind was not broad enough. How could a person who had spent his whole life in a well compare to a person who often looked at the sea? Therefore, some things that seemed inconceivable to cultivators in the outside world were very normal inside the nut. For example, 2 nascent soul cultivators were fighting over a woman. At the end of the day, it was just to reproduce and establish a family so that they could have a good bloodline. Everyone had a purpose. If there was no purpose, it would be instinctive. Although these 2 men also had a purpose because of their instincts, they were still a helping hand. Qi Xiaomei's inheritance was also the body meridian inheritance. However, she had also read many Daoist jade slips and books in addition to the body meridian inheritance. These pure Daoist things were very rare now. This was because the gods outside no longer imparted Daoist thoughts to the realm. No one listened, no one believed, and no one practiced. What was the use of imparting? However, tens of thousands of years ago, when the direction of cultivation in this world had not yet been determined, there were still some such inheritances. Because no one practiced them, they gradually declined. Qi Xiaomai saw some by chance and thought deeply about it. Therefore, her way of thinking was somewhat incompatible with others. She did what she thought she should do and did not care about anything else. As the leader of these ordinary mortals, no one had actually conferred this position upon her. It was only because of the long period of contact that these so-called mortal body refinement warriors had developed a sense of respect for her. After a long time, even if no one had suggested anything, she had naturally become the spokesperson of these people. Of course, she was not the only cultivator with such thoughts. Among the cultivators with her, most of them also had their own thoughts. They were not like Feng Linghan and Lao Xiong, who had their own personal goals. As an accomplished cultivator, She could clearly feel that the tremors under her feet were slowly intensifying. She knew that when this earthquake reached a certain level, terrifying crawling insects would appear and cover the sky and earth. Even if most of the nearly 2 million people in this world practiced body techniques, they would still pale in comparison to the number of crawling insects. Once these crawling insects burrowed out of the ground, they would follow the scent of humans and gather more and more. White Stone Mountain was the destination and goal of all the crawling insects. It was hard to say whether it was the best idea for everyone to gather together. This would instead attract the crawling insects faster. However, compared to spreading out and resisting, choosing the lesser of two evils was probably the only way. All the humans in this world had gathered here. They had been waiting here for several months. This kind of waiting made people despair because they were not waiting for hope, but for death. After the first 3 waves of crawling insects, more than half of the population had died each time. Who could guarantee that they would be the lucky one if they had to choose one out of 2? Of course, the death rate in the periphery of White Stone Mountain was higher. As long as the humans in the center were not extinct, they would usually have the last laugh. Among the 100,000 people behind her, it would be nonsense to say that everyone was weak. Even if they were body cultivators who could not build their foundation, they were still much stronger than ordinary mortals. The problem was that there were no ordinary mortals here, so they were just ordinary mortals. Their little bit of strength was not a problem in normal life, but in front of the crawling insects with tough skin and thick flesh, it was all a problem. Don't be fooled by the fact that they were all armed with sabers and axes. Even if they swung their sabers and axes, they might not even be able to split open the crawling insect's shell. Even if it was useless, they still had to make arrangement. The stronger ones were in the periphery. Inside were women, children, and the elderly. She had repeatedly suggested that these people who did not have the ability to protect themselves be arranged into White Stone Mountain, but she was ruthlessly rejected by the higher-up. It was very cruel, but they had their reasons. Being weak did not mean being kind. Secondly, during the 3rd wave of insects, these people who did not have the ability to resist were arranged into White Stone Mountain. However, the strong people who stayed behind reported that as soon as they saw the insect wave, they immediately collapsed without any organization. This was because they no longer had any worries. Therefore, during the 4th wave of insects, the higher-ups refused to provide shelter for these people. If they wanted to protect their families, they had to do it themselves. Everyone had to do their best so that there would be hope in this world. Others would protect your family, but you had to run away yourself. What were you thinking? These 200 or so cultivators with some strength all volunteered to provide protection for these ordinary mortals. However, to what extent such protection could be achieved, only God knew. In fact, Qi Xiaomai was very clear in her heart that they might be able to withstand the harassment of a small group of crawling insects. However, once they gained a little momentum, they would definitely be defeated. Clearly knowing, but having to do it, this was the Daoist principle of what to do and what not to do. It might be very stupid, but if you could survive such stupidity, it would be a different world for the individual. She believed in this, so she persevered. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.